The room had thinned to almost nothing, just a lamp and one more cup, one last table near the window, one more hour still staying up. Outside headlights crossed in silence through the blue and silver glass. Inside every little movement felt large enough to gently last. There is a hush that only comes when most of everyone has gone, and the music gets enough air to feel warm and stretched and long. A barista stacked the saucers with the patience of the late, while the guitar beneath the keyboard moved as softly as the dark. Not the kind of night that swallowed, just the kind that widened thought, till the day began to loosen from the grip in which it's held. And I sat with both hands warming on the last heat of the cup, feeling how the hour deepened when I finally stopped pushing up. I can let the blue hour open, I can let the day grow small. There is beauty in the cafe when the night begins to close, not in anything dramatic, just in how the low light glows, like the room is breathing slower now that most of day has gone, and the music has more space to say the things daylight won't. There is softness in the late hour and the hum behind the bar, and I feel the whole night folding gently inward where we are. I thought about the little things that had been sharper at noon, how they looked less absolute now underneath the quiet blue. Not because they had been solved yet, not because the weight was gone, but because the room had given me a slower place to hold them from. And the bass beneath the keyboard sounded low and warm and near, like a line beneath my thinking, saying I could set it here. Every second felt more spacious in the thinning of the room, like the edges of the moment had been sanded soft and smooth, and the guitar when it leaned upward left a narrow line of light across the dim and wooden tables in the center of the night. Not enough to make it brighter, only enough to let me see how the dark can also shelter when it comes with melody. There is beauty in the cafe when the night begins to close, not in anything dramatic, just in how the low light glows, like the room is breathing slower now that most of day has gone, and the music has more space to say the things daylight won't. There is softness in the late hour and the hum behind the bar, and I feel the whole night folding gently inward where we are. Soon I'd step back out to streets that still were moving past the glass, but for now the closing quiet let the louder pieces pass. that do not heal you. Only let the healing start by giving shape and softer edges to the noise inside the heart. And the room with all its stillness felt like something almost known, like the late night kind of mercy only quiet places own. When the final chair was lifted and the sign turned close to done, I could feel the night had given me more room than I had brought. Not an answer, not a lesson, just a softer kind of frame for the day to settle into without judgment, without flame. And I knew the colder sidewalk would still meet me when I leave, but I'd carry this blue stillness like a low and patient bee. Maybe night is not an ending, maybe it is room to hear what the day kept talking over, till the quiet brought it near. There is beauty in the cafe when the night begins to close. Even after I step out into the colder city air, there is softness in the blue hour that I'll carry with me there, like a warm and hidden lantern glowing softly through the lane. I had brought the sketchbook with me, more to hold than really use, but the room was soft enough to make the empty page feel loose. Brushes moved beneath the piano like a slow, impatient pulse, and I drew the cup before me and the lamp above the shelf. Just a line and one more beside it, then the shadow of the steam, till the page became a place where I could set the day between. I wasn't trying to make a picture worth remembering for long, just to let my hand keep moving till the noise inside was gone. And the cafe let me do it with its low and careful sound, people talking from a distance, spoons and footsteps all around. Nothing asking to be perfect, nothing asking to impress, only little shapes and motions making heaviness feel less. I can let the pencil listen, I can let the outline breathe. There's a quiet kind of comfort in the hand that keeps on moving when the mind is full of weather and the words don't know what's true yet. Like the lines can hold the feeling till the heart can see its shape, and the room keeps time around you while the pressure thins away. There's a softness in the rhythm just the way the light would lean, how it gathered in the corners, and how warm the wood could seem, how the chair across from mine held the memory of a coat, how the window caught the weather in a dim and silver note. And by tracing what I saw, I felt the inside of me slow, like my hand had found a language that my mouth could not yet know. Every second felt a little more expanded than before, like the edges of the moment don't feel sharp anymore. And the brushed and careful pattern underneath the warm piano reminding me that feeling doesn't always need a name. Sometimes all it needs is motion, one small mark and then the next, till the page begins to carry what the chest could not express. There's a quiet kind of comfort in the hand that keeps on moving when the mind is full of weather and the words don't know what's true yet, like the lines can't hold the feeling till the heart can see its shape, and the room keeps time around you while the pressure thins away. There's a softness in the rhythm of the brush and bass below, and the page becomes a window where the crowded thoughts can go. When I looked up from the paper, I could feel the room again, not as something I was hiding in, but something I was with. And the sketch was not a masterpiece, just cups and light and line, but somehow it held the weather that had been inside my mind, like the page had taken gently what I didn't need to keep, and returned it as a stillness I could finally sit beneath. I closed the book without a judgment, slid the pencil in the seam, and sat back to hear the music moving low and warm and clean. There are days that don't need fixing, only somewhere they can land, and a room that lets your breathing match the movement of your hand. So I left with one more drawing and a lighter kind of chest, like the quiet had been sketched out and the rest could simply rest. Maybe art is not an answer, maybe it is just a way to let feeling have a surface till the storm gives out its weight. There's a quiet kind of comfort in the hand that keeps on moving when the mind is full of weather and the words don't know what's true yet, even if the lines are simple, even if they fade with time. There's a softness in the making that can settle what's inside, and I don't need to frame it, I just need to know it's real, that a page and room and rhythm let the crowded heart grow still. the time the room grew quieter, only 3 tables were lit. One by the wall, one by the window, one where I was sitting in. The city still moved past the glass in thin and distant lines, but in here the hour deepened like blue ink across the night. There's a hush that only comes when most of everyone has gone, and the music gets enough air to feel warm and stretched and long. A barista rinsed the last few cups with patient, tired hands. Someone near the door kept reading in the pool of one dim lamp, and the electric piano drifted under slow guitar like smoke. Not the heavy kind that blinds you, just the kind that moves and glows. I wrapped both hands around the heat that lingered from the mug, and the room became a harbor made of darkness, light, and hush. I can let the hour deepen, I can let the edges blur. There's a quiet kind of beauty in the cafe late at night, not in anything dramatic, just in low and borrowed light. Like the room is breathing slower now that most of day has gone, and the music has more space to say the things that daylight won't. There's a softness in the blue hour and the hum behind the bar, and I feel the whole night folding gently inward where we are. I thought about the way a day can thin without a sound, how the loudest parts fall off it till the quiet settles down, and what remains is not an ending, more a gentler kind of truth, that some hours are made for speaking and some for letting go of proof. The late room seemed to understand that without asking me to say why I stayed after my coffee should have already gone away. Every second felt a little more expanded than before, like the edges of the moment don't feel sharp anymore, and the glow inside the glass reflected half the room in blue. So it looked like 2 small cafes folded softly into view, one outside and moving headlights, one inside an amber low, and I sat between them both, just letting evening move slow. There's a quiet kind of beauty in the cafe late at night, not in anything dramatic, just in low and borrowed light. Like the room is breathing slower now that most of day has gone, and the music has more space to say the things that daylight won't. There's a softness in the blue hour and the hum behind the bar, and I feel the whole night folding gently in was lifted from the far side of the room. I could feel the hour thinning into something near to close, but I didn't feel pushed out of it, just invited to attend to the last few minutes glowing in the space before they end. Sometimes peace is not in daylight, not in morning's open air, but in staying till the quiet shows the shape it's made to wear. Soon I'd step outside the doorway, and the cold would touch my face, and the city would keep turning at its usual fast pace. But I knew the slow blue stillness would keep humming in my chest, like the music had drawn one more secret room inside to rest. And the night beyond the window didn't feel so wide or hard, after sitting with the silence and the hum behind the bar. Maybe night is not a darkness, maybe it is room to hear what the day kept talking over, till the quiet brought it near. There's a quiet kind of beauty in the cafe late at night, not in anything dramatic, just in low and borrowed light. Even after I step out into the colder city air, there's a softness in the blue hour that I'll carry with me there. And I don't need to keep it, I just need to know it stayed, like a warm and hidden lantern glowing softly through the lake. There are only 2 tables left with anyone still there, and the barista wipes the counter in the hum of closing air. The guitar begins so softly it feels more like moving light than a melody at first, just a line that opens night. I am sitting with the blue hour folded low around my chair, letting all the final minutes gather quietly in the air. The electric piano joins it like a dim reflected glow, and the bass beneath the voicing moves with warmth and undertow. Nothing here is asking loudly what I should take home tonight, only showing me the comfort of a room becoming quiet. Even the small machine behind the bar sounds gentler than before, like the whole cafe is slowly breathing out through the door. I can let the night grow deeper, I can let the silence stay. There is beauty in the hour close to closing at the door, when the room in low jazz colors turn the edges soft and slow, like the chairs and fading voices and the hum behind the light make a shelter for the last few tender minutes of the night. There is comfort in the blue hour and the hush beneath the bar, and I feel the whole room breathing where we are. I think about the day behind me, with its sharper kinds of sound, how it moved too fast to notice what was living underneath. But the room at nearly closing leaves enough of space to hear all the quiet kinds of feelings I had folded out of fear. And the guitar, when it leans upward, leaves a narrow line of gold through the darker shades of evening, and the thoughts I couldn't hold. Every second feels more open as the room grows almost still, like the edges of the pressure have been softened by the dim. And the bass beneath the voicings gives the silence something warm, like a floor beneath the tiredness, like a place beneath the storm. Nothing has to be concluded, nothing has to be resolved, only held a little lighter in the low and patient chords. There is beauty in the hour close to closing at the door, when the room in low jazz colors turn the edges soft and slow, like the chairs and fading voices and the hum behind the light make a shelter for the last few tender minutes of the night. There is comfort in the blue hour and the hush beneath the bar, and I feel the whole room breathing where we are. Soon the chairs will all be lifted and the door will lock behind, but the softness of this hour will keep unfolding in my mind. Not because it changed the world, not because it made things clear, but because one quiet ending let me hear what had been here all along beneath the rushes and the bright unfinished strain. A lower kind of rhythm moving through it all the same. When I step into the streetlight and the colder outside sound, I will carry something hidden from the room that settles down, like the low guitar and piano left a lantern in my chest. Something warm and barely spoken I can lean on when it presses, and I'll know that even closing hours leave something true behind, a quieter way of holding night. Maybe endings are not empty, maybe endings make us hear all the softer hidden music that was always waiting here. There is beauty in the hour close to closing at the door, when the room in low jazz colors turn the edges soft and slow, even after I've stepped out where the colder street lights shine. There is softness in the memory of the room I leave behind, and I do not need to keep it, I just need to know it stays, like a low and patient barista stacks the glasses underneath the closing glue. The guitar begins so softly, it feels more like moving light than a melody at first, just a line that opens night. I am sitting with the blue hour folded low around my chair, letting all the final minutes gather quietly in the air. Then the electric piano joins it like a dim reflected glow, and the bass beneath the voicing moves with warmth and undertow. Nothing here is asking loudly what I should take with me home, only showing me the comfort of a room becoming slow. Even the small machine behind the bar sounds gentler than before, like the whole cafe is slowly breathing out through the door. I can let the night grow deeper, I can let the silence stay. There's a quiet kind of beauty in the hour close to close, when the room in low jazz colors turn the edges soft and slow, like the chairs and fading voices and the hum behind the light make a shelter for the last few tender minutes of the night. There's comfort in the blue hour and the hush beneath the bar, and I feel the whole room breathing where we are. I think about the day behind me with its sharper kinds of sound, how it moved too fast to notice what was living underneath. But the room at nearly closing leaves enough of space to hear all the quiet kinds of feelings I had folded out of fear. And the guitar, when it leans upward, leaves a narrow line of gold through the darker shades of evening and the thoughts I couldn't hold. Every second feels more open as the room grows almost still, like the edges of the pressure have been softened by the dim. And the bass beneath the voicings gives the silence something warm, like a floor beneath the tiredness, like a place beneath the storm. Nothing has to be concluded, nothing has to be resolved, only held a little lighter in the low and patient chords. There's a quiet kind of beauty in the hour close to close, when the room in low jazz colors turn the edges soft and slow, like the chairs and fading voices and the hum behind the light make a shelter for the last few tender minutes of the night. There's comfort in the blue hour and the hush beneath the bar, and I feel the whole room breathing where we are. Soon the chairs will all be lifted and the door will lock behind, but the softness of this hour will keep unfolding. because it changed the world, not because it made things clear, but because one quiet ending let me hear what had been here all along beneath the rushes and the bright unfinished strain. A lower kind of rhythm moving through it all the same. When I step into the street light and the colder outside sound, I will carry something hidden from the room that settles down. Like the low guitar and piano left a lantern in my chest. Something warm and barely spoken I can lean on when it presses. And I know that even closing hours leave something true behind. A quieter way of holding night. Maybe endings are not empty. Maybe endings make us hear all the softer hidden music that was always waiting here. There's a quiet kind of beauty in the hour close to close, when the room in low jazz colors turn the edges soft and slow. Even after I've stepped out where the colder street lights shine, there is softness in the memory of the room I leave behind. And I do not need to keep it, I just need to know it stays. Only two small tables still have anyone sitting there, and the barista wipes the counter in the hum of closing air. The guitar begins so softly it feels more like moving light than a melody at first, just a line that opens night. I'm sitting with the blue hour folded low around my chair, letting all the final minutes gather quietly in the air. The electric piano joins it like a dim reflected glow, and the bass beneath the voicing moves with warmth and undertow. Nothing here is asking loudly what I should take home tonight, only showing me the comfort of a room becoming quiet. Even the small machine behind the bar sounds gentler than before, like the whole cafe is slowly breathing out through the door. I can let the night grow deeper, I can let the silence stay. There's a quiet kind of beauty in the hour close to close, when the room in low jazz colors turn the edges soft and slow, like the chairs and fading voices and the hum behind the light make a shelter for the last few tender minutes of the night. There is comfort in the blue hour and the hush beneath the bar, and I feel the whole room breathing where we are. too fast to notice what was living underneath. But the room at nearly closing leaves enough of space to hear all the quiet kinds of feelings I had folded out of fear. And the guitar, when it leans upward, leaves a narrow line of gold through the darker shades of evening and the thoughts I couldn't hold. Every second feels more open as the room grows almost still, like the edges of the pressure have been softened by the dim. And the bass beneath the voicings gives the silence something warm, like a floor beneath the tiredness, like a place beneath the storm. Nothing has to be concluded, nothing has to be resolved, only held a little lighter in the low and patient chords. There's a quiet kind of beauty in the hour close to close, when the room in low jazz colors turn the edges soft and slow, like the chairs and fading voices and the hum behind the light make a shelter for the last few tender minutes of the night. There is comfort in the blue hour and the hush beneath the bar, and I feel the whole room breathing where we are. Soon the chairs will all be lifted and the door will lock behind, but the softness of this hour will keep unfolding in my mind. Not because it changed the world, not because it made things clear, but because one quiet ending let me hear what had been here all along beneath the rushes and the bright unfinished stream. A lower kind of rhythm moving through it all the same. When I step into the streetlight and the colder outside sound, I will carry something hidden from the room that settles down, like the low guitar and piano left a lantern in my chest, something warm and barely spoken I can lean on when it presses. And I'll know that even closing hours leave something true behind, a quieter way of holding night. Maybe endings are not empty, maybe endings make us hear all the softer hidden music that was always waiting here. There's a quiet kind of beauty in the hour close to close, when the room in low jazz colors turn the edges soft and slow. Even after I have stepped out where the colder streetlights shine, there is softness in the memory of the room I leave behind. And I do not need to keep it, I just need to know it stays, like a low and patient lantern through the lake. not a grand occasion, just a number on a screen. But it feels like all the long hours have arrived and turned to something real for me. So I find a little cafe after work before the train, order something slightly nicer than I usually would claim. Not to prove a thing to anyone, not to make the moment loud, just to sit beside the smallness of a thing I've earned and feel it now. The bright soft keys above the piano shimmer through the air, and the bass beneath them moves with a warm and rounded care. I think about the tired mornings, all the evenings on the way, how the worry and the effort had been folded into days. And now here is this quiet hour where the work has taken shape, not as triumph, just as proof that I had stayed with what it gave. I can let the moment matter, I can let the pride stay small. There is joy in the little things that do not need a crowd, in a cup held with both hands, and a song that is not loud, like the room is saying softly that the small wind still can shine, that a life is built in hours no one else will mark in time. There is softness in the glow and in the low unhurried tone, and I'll let myself feel glad without needing it to show. Every moment I had almost let it go, every bus ride home half empty, every lunch I rushed through cold, how I told myself keep going, though the weeks felt thin and long, and the room now seems to answer with a low impatient song. Not to magnify the milestone, only let it be enough, a small and shining confirmation in the middle of the month. Someone near me raises a glass for something I cannot make out, and I smile without a reason, feel the warmth move through the doubt. Then the guitar arrives behind the soft bright keys and felt below, like a second quiet witness to the calm inside the glow. And the whole room seems to glimmer with a low and human grace, like the ordinary turning momentarily to praise. There is joy in the little things that do not need a crowd, in a cup held with both hands, and a song that is not loud, like the room is saying softly that the small wind still can shine, that a life is built in hours no one else will mark in time. There is softness in the glow and in the low unhurried tone, and I let myself feel glad without needing it to show. By the time the drink is cooling, I have stopped rehearsing next, stopped turning every piece of progress into pressure for the steps, and instead instead I sit inside the simple truth I almost missed, that survival has a music, and tonight I get to hear it. Not because the climb is over, not because the road is clear, but because one quiet evening lets the small win feel sincere. I will still wake to bills and emails, still be building what I can, but I will remember how the room held this one ordinary chance to be glad without performing, to be thankful without show, to let the low bright keys and brushes turn the hours into gold. And I'll carry that small brightness when the longer weeks return, like a gentle proof of progress in the wages of being heard. Maybe joy is not a spotlight, maybe it is low and true, like a table in a corner, and the work that made it through. There is joy in the little things that do not need a crowd, in a cup held with both hands, and a song that is not loud, even after I have left and taken evening to the train. There is softness in the knowing that the work was not in vain. I do not need to frame it, I just need to know it stayed, like a warm and careful shimmer moving with me through the lake. The bell above the doorway gives a low familiar ring, and the room receives me gently, like it's known 100 evenings. Same warm lamp beside the counter, same old chair beside the glass, same low guitar beginning where the tired week can pass. There is comfort in a place that doesn't ask me to explain how I walked in carrying too much of the city in my frame. They already know my order by the way I raise my hand, not because I never change, but because they understand that routine can be a kindness when the rest is moving fast, and the muted piano underneath the guitar lets the tension pass. Every note feels almost woven from the grain of wood and light, like the room remembers gently how to hold the end of day right. I can let the room receive me, I can let the week grow small. There's a quiet kind of comfort in the places that stay near, not because they never change, but because they hold me clear, like the chair and cup and window keep a rhythm I can trust when the rest of life feels shifting and the day becomes too much. There is warmth inside little sounds, and the heart grows less uncertain when the room is all around. Somebody near the doorway folds a newspaper away, and the rustle feels as gentle as the dimming of the day. I watch the barista wipe the counter in the lowering gold, like routine itself is something unexpectedly warm to hold. And the bass beneath the guitar moves with patient, careful grace, like the room has found a heartbeat in its own familiar space. Every second feels less jagged, every thought a little round, like the edges of the weekday lose their sharper kind of sound. And I do not need a turning or a grander kind of peace. Only one more hour of known things, helping all the noise release. What I need is not a breakthrough, not a brand new kind of view, just the steady low assurance of a room that gets me through. There's a quiet kind of comfort in the places that stay near, not because they never change, but because they hold me clear, like the chair and cup and window keep a rhythm I can trust when the rest of life feels shifting and the day becomes too much. There is warmth inside the pattern of the chords and little sounds, and the heart grows less uncertain when the room is all around. By the time the sunlight bends into a deeper shade of rust, I can feel the week unfasten one small thread at once. Not because the work is finished, not because the strain is gone, but because I have a room where I can lay the weight a while, and the music has a patience that I wanna take back home. Like familiar things can deepen even after they are known. Soon I'll even let the doorway ring behind me in the dusk, but I know the low guitar will keep its afterglow with me. Like the room has lent me balance, like the chair has slowed my chest, like the muted piano knows that ordinary can be rest. And tomorrow, if the hours gather sharper than they should, I will think of this small evening in the way it held me good. Maybe peace is not a breakthrough, maybe peace is just return to the room that knows my breathing and the pace my body learned. There's a quiet kind of comfort in the places that stay near, not because they never change, but because they hold me clear. Even after I step back into the chill and into night, there is warmth inside the memory of this amber room and light. I do not need to keep it, I just need to know it stays like a slow and faithful lantern through the middle of my days. I saw it first as little white against the traffic light outside. Tiny turning pieces drifting through the late afternoon sky. Someone near the counter smiled and said, "It's finally here." And the whole room leaned a little toward the glass in quiet cheer. Even the coffee seemed to hold a warmer kind of steam as the street began to soften under something clean and white. Children ran in bright coats past the window, leaving prints. And the city that had felt so loud grew delicate within. There's a way the first snow changes every edge it learns to touch. Not by hiding every detail, just by quieting it enough. And the electric piano underneath a gentle guitar swell made the room feel like a secret winter somehow knew so well. I can feel the season turning. I can feel the room grow bright. There's a quiet kind of wonder in the first snow of the year. Not in anything dramatic, just in how it draws you near. Like the world is exhaling softly through a slower, wider breath. And the ordinary streets put on a calm they haven't kept. There's a softness in the window and the flakes against the light. And the whole cafe is glowing with a low and silver quiet. I wrap both hands around my cup and watch the rooftops change. How the lines between the buildings blurred in pale and tender shades. Nothing in the room was different, but everything felt new. Like the snow had touched the hours and made them gentler coming through. And I thought about the winters I had hurried past before, when I never stopped to notice what a softened city wore. Someone wrote a little message in the fog upon the glass, then laughed and wiped it with a sleeve and let the moment pass. That was all just something small, but somehow it stayed with me. How a room can share a season without saying much at all. And the glow inside the cafe made the flakes beyond the pane look like slow and falling notes the evening had begun to play. There's a quiet kind of wonder in the first snow of the year. Not in anything dramatic, just in how it draws you near. Like the world is exhaling softly through a slower, wider breath. And the ordinary streets put on a calm they haven't kept. There's a softness in the window and the flakes against the light. And the whole cafe is glowing with a low and silver quiet. just sat inside the warmth and let the hush arrive and stay. Sometimes joy is not a shout, sometimes it is simply this: a room, a cup, the first snow falling, and a softened kind of bliss. Soon I'd pull my coat around me and step into the silver street, feel the cold against my face and hear the crunch beneath my feet. But I knew I'd take the quiet from the window and the chair, like a little piece of winter folded gently in the air. And the music in the room would keep on glowing in my mind as the snow kept falling lightly through the slow and evening light. Maybe wonder is not louder, maybe it is falling slow, till the world you thought you knew looks brand new beneath the snow. There's a quiet kind of wonder in the first snow of the year, not in anything dramatic, just in how it draws you near. Even after I step out into the whitening of the street, there's a softness in the evening I will carry in my sleeve. And I don't need to keep it, I just need to know it's there, like a silver little memory settling in the winter air. Morning settles softly on the table by the glass, silver on the coffee as the darker colors pass. I came in with too much thinking folded tightly in my chest, but the room was built for breathing and the low chords answered yes. Every little sound around me moved with patient, gentle grace, like the air itself was making more room for me in this place. Steam is drawing quiet lines above the cup in morning light, and the brush beneath the rhythm keeps the pressure out of sight. Nothing here is asking loudly what I need to be today, only giving all my thinking time enough to drift and stay. And the guitar, when it enters, leaves a narrow thread of gold, like a hand that does not push me, only meets me when I slow. I can let the morning open, I can let the stillness stay. There's a quiet kind of balance in the first light of the day, when the low jazz harmony lets the sharper thoughts give way, like the room is drawing circles where the restless mind can land, and the calm becomes a language I no longer need to plan. There is softness in the pacing of the light across the room, and I feel the day begin without the weight of having to prove. the sound becomes a thread in the woven little texture of the room around my head. And I do not need to name it, only let it settle there as another part of morning in the low and amber air. Even my own breathing softens to the shape of what I hear, like the room is writing patience somewhere under everything here. Every minute feels more open than it did before I came, like the edges of the weekday do not need a sharper name. I am no longer chasing every thought before it disappears. I am letting them come closer, settle lighter, gather here. And the bass beneath the voicing gives the stillness subtle ground, like the room has found a heartbeat in the low surrounding sound. There's a quiet kind of balance in the first light of the day, when the low jazz harmony lets the sharper thoughts give way, like the room is drawing circles where the restless mind can land. And the calm becomes a language I no longer need to plan. There is softness in the pacing of the light across the room, and I feel the day begin without the weight of having to prove. By the time the window brightens into warmer shades of gold, I can feel the tension thinning into something I can hold. Not because the world grows simple, not because the work is done, but because one quiet hour has let the hurried feeling run. And the music keeps on breathing through the little things I see, like the day is not a contest, just a place I get to be. Soon the street will take me outward to its louder moving lines, but the hush beneath the piano will keep living in my stride, like a softer inner tempo I can carry when I go. Something warm and barely spoken that the room has let me know. And I'll trust the day a little more to open as it will, because the morning taught my breathing how to widen and grow still. Maybe peace is not a finish, maybe peace is how you start, when a room can hold the daylight till it settles in your heart. There's a quiet kind of balance in the first light of the day, when the low jazz harmony lets the sharper thoughts give way. Even when the city gathers and the hours begin to press, there is softness in the memory of this patient kind of rest. And I do not need to keep it, I just need to let it stay, like a low and steady lantern moving gently through the day. barista wipes the counter in the hum of closing air. The guitar begins so softly, it feels more like moving light than a melody at first, just a line that opens night. I'm sitting with the blue hour folded low around my chair, letting all the final minutes gather quietly in the air. The electric piano joins it like a dim reflected glow, and the bass beneath the voicing moves with warmth and undertow. Nothing here is asking loudly what I should take home tonight, only showing me the comfort of a room becoming quiet. Even the small machine behind the bar sounds gentler than before, like the whole cafe is slowly breathing out through the door. I can let the night grow deeper, I can let the silence stay. There's a quiet kind of beauty in the hour close to close, when the room in low jazz colors turn the edges soft and slow, like the chairs and fading voices and the hum behind the light make a shelter for the last few tender minutes of the night. There's comfort in the blue hour, in the hush beneath the bar, and I feel the whole room breathing where we are. I think about the day behind me with its sharper kinds of sound, how it moved too fast to notice what was living underneath. But the room at nearly closing leaves enough of space to hear all the quiet kinds of feelings I had folded out of fear. And the guitar, when it leans upward, leaves a narrow line of gold through the darker shades of evening and the thoughts I couldn't hold. Every second feels more open as the room grows almost still, like the edges of the pressure have been softened by the dim, and the bass beneath the voicings gives the silence something warm, like a floor beneath the tiredness, like a place beneath the storm. Nothing has to be concluded, nothing has to be resolved, only held a little lighter in the low impatient chords. There's a quiet kind of beauty in the hour close to close, when the room in low jazz colors turn the edges soft and slow, like the chairs and fading voices and the hum behind the light make a shelter for the last few tender minutes of the night. There's comfort in the blue hour and the hush beneath the bar, and I feel the whole room breathing where we are. Soon the chairs will all be lifted and the door will lock behind, but the softness of this hour will keep unfolding in my mind. Not because it changed the world, not because it made things clear, but because one quiet ending let me hear what had a lower kind of rhythm moving through it all the same. When I step into the streetlight and the colder outside sound, I will carry something hidden from the room that settles down. Like the low guitar and piano left a lantern in my chest, something warm and barely spoken I can lean on when it presses. And I'll know that even closing hours leave something true behind, a quieter way of holding night. Maybe endings are not empty. Maybe endings make us hear all the softer hidden music that was always waiting here. There's a quiet kind of beauty in the hour close to close, when the room in low jazz colors turn the edges soft and slow. Even after I have stepped out where the colder street lights shine, there's softness in the memory of the room I leave behind. And I do not need to keep it, I just need to know it stays, like a low impatient lantern through the late. Morning settles quietly over the table by the glass. Pale reflections on the wood grain let the darker hours pass. I came in with tired thinking and a week still on my skin, but the room was soft and patient as the day was settling in. Every distant sound was gentle, every movement calm and low, and the hush beneath the piano moved in ways I needed most. Steam was rising from the coffee in a slow, forgiving line, while the quiet held together every thought I couldn't find. Nothing here was asking loudly for an answer or a name, only giving me a rhythm where the air could stay the same. And the light across my notebook made the empty page feel kind, like the morning had decided not to leave me far behind. I can let the stillness hold me, I can let the daylight breathe. There's a quiet kind of healing in the middle of this room, not dramatic, not in pieces, just a steady kind of bloom. Like the air is telling me I do not have to hurry through, that the heart can loosen slowly when the light is kind and true. There is softness in the pacing of the hour I begin, and I feel the calm expanding from the quiet deep within. Someone turned a page behind me, and the paper made a sigh, like like a little human signal passing gently through the light. I did not need to understand it, only let the sound remain as another part of morning and the hush below the rain. Even my own breathing softened to the shape of what I heard, like the room was writing patience somewhere underneath the chords. Every second felt more open than it had before I came, like the edges of the weekday did not need a sharper name. I was no longer chasing every thought before it disappeared. I was letting them come closer, settle lighter, gather here. And the low warm bass beneath me made the stillness feel complete, like the day had found a heartbeat in the quiet of the sea. There's a quiet kind of healing in the middle of this room, not dramatic, not in pieces, just a steady kind of bloom, like the air is telling me I do not have to hurry through, that the heart can loosen slowly when the light is kind and true. There is softness in the pacing of the hour I begin, and I feel the calm expanding from the quiet deep within. By the time the morning widened into warmer shades of gold, I could feel the pressure thinning into something I could hold. Not because the world grew simple, not because the work was done, but because one quiet room had let me set down what I'd become. And the song kept breathing softly through the low and amber air, like a hand that does not force you, only meets you where you are. Soon I'll step into the street and let the louder hours start, but the rhythm of this stillness will keep living in my heart, like the chair and cup and piano left a slower pulse in me, something I can carry outward when the day grows less easy. And I'll know that peace can enter without asking to be named, as a room, a light, a melody, and space enough to change. Maybe rest is not a weakness, maybe quiet is a way to remember how to listen before the world begins to pull. There's a quiet kind of healing in the middle of this room, not dramatic, not in pieces, just a steady kind of bloom. Even when the day grows louder, even when the pace returns, there's a softness in the morning and the way the stillness learns. And I don't need to keep it tightly, I just need to let it stay, like a calm that gently follows through the movement of the day. Outside headlights crossed in silence through the blue and silver glass. Inside every little movement felt large enough to gently last. There is a hush that only comes when most of everyone has gone, and the music gets enough air to feel warm and stretched and long. The barista stacked the saucers with the patience of the late, while the guitar beneath the keyboard moved as softly as the dark. Not the kind of night that swallowed, just the kind that widened thought, till the day began to loosen from the grip in which it's held. And I sat with both hands warming on the last heat of the cup, feeling how the hour deepened when I finally stopped pushing up. I can let the blue hour open, I can let the day grow small. There's a quiet kind of beauty in the cafe near the close, not in anything dramatic, just in how the low light glows, like the room is breathing slower now that most of day has gone, and the music has more space to say the things daylight won't. There is softness in the late hour, in the hum behind the bar, and I feel the whole night folding gently inward where we are. I thought about the little things that had been sharper at noon, how they looked less absolute now underneath the quiet blue. Not because they had been solved yet, not because the weight was gone, but because the room had given me a slower place to hold them from. And the bass beneath the keyboard sounded low and warm and near, like a line beneath my thinking, saying I could set it here. Every second felt more spacious in the thinning of the room, like the edges of the moment had been sanded soft and smooth, and the guitar, when it leaned upward, left a narrow line of light across the dim and wooden tables in the center of the night. Not enough to make it brighter, only enough to let me see how the dark can also shelter when it comes with melody. There's a quiet kind of beauty in the cafe near the close, not in anything dramatic, just in how the low light glows, like the room is breathing slower now that most of day has gone, and the music has more space to say the things daylight won't. There is softness in the late hour, and the hum behind the bar, and I feel the whole night folding gently inward where we are. Soon I'd step back out to streets that still were moving past the glass, but for now the closing quiet let the louder pieces pass. There are hours that do not heal you, only let the healing start by giving shape and softer edges to late night kind of mercy only quiet places own. When the final chair was lifted and the sign turned close to done, I could feel the night had given me more room than I had brought. Not an answer, not a lesson, just a softer kind of frame for the day to settle into, without judgment, without flame. And I knew the colder sidewalk would still meet me when I leave, but I'd carry this blue stillness like a low and patient bee. Maybe night is not an ending. Maybe it is room to hear what the day kept talking over, till the quiet brought it near. There's a quiet kind of beauty in the cafe near the close. Even after I step out into the colder city air, there is softness in the blue hour that I'll carry with me there, like a warm and hidden lantern glowing softly through the lake. I have walked too many streets with folded maps inside my coat, reading signs I couldn't follow, hearing words I couldn't hold. Then I found a little doorway with warm light against the rain, and I stepped inside the cafe like a hand inside a glove. There were voices I could not place, but the room still made me stay. Like kindness doesn't need translation when the air is soft that way. I sat near the window with the city still inside my chest, trying to set down all the distance and the miles in my neck. And the nylon guitar opened in a low and careful line, and the muted piano answered with a warmth I recognized. Not enough to make me homesick, not enough to pull me far, only enough to make the strangeness feel less sharp around the heart. I can let the road grow quieter, I can let the distance breathe. There's a quiet kind of comfort in a room I've never known, when the world is still unfamiliar, but the warmth begins to show. Like the table and the music and the steam around my hands build a bridge across the distance that the body understands. There is softness and the strangeness when the room becomes enough, and the miles I carried in words start to feel across the window in a silver moving line, and the city stays a mystery, but not an unfriendly kind. I write one note into my journal just to mark the little room. Somewhere far can still feel gentle in the middle of the noon, and the low warm bass beneath the chords keeps giving weight and grace to the hour that has found me tired and made a softer place. Travel always looks like freedom till you reach the thinner side, where the body wants a corner and the mind wants not decide. But the music here keeps widening with a patient low restraint, leaving room enough for breathing, never crowding up the space. So I let the afternoon arrive without a map to solve, just a cup, a room, a slower song, and miles beginning to dissolve. There's a quiet kind of comfort in a room I've never known, and the world is still unfamiliar, but the warmth begins to show, like the table and the music and the steam around my hands build a bridge across the distance that the body understands. There is softness in the strangeness when the room becomes enough, and the miles I carried inward start to feel a little less. By the time the rain grows lighter, I can feel the city near, not because I know its language, but because I have rested here. And sometimes that is all it takes for distance to grow kind. One warm room and one slow song, and enough unguarded time, where the unfamiliar streets begin to soften at the seam, and the day becomes less jagged than it first had seemed. When I finally stand to leave, I thank them in the words I know, small and awkward, but enough for what the room has carried through. Then I step back to the street that still is not entirely mine, yet the weather feels less distant and the evening more aligned, like I found a little pocket in the turning of the day, where a stranger can grow quieter and let the road give way. Maybe home is not a country, maybe it can be a chair, and a room that says without speaking, you can set your tiredness there. There's a quiet kind of comfort in a room I've never known, when the world is still unfamiliar, but the warmth begins to show. Even after I am walking through the streets I cannot name, there is softness in the memory of the little place in rain. I do not need to keep it, I just need to know it's true, that somewhere strange can still feel gentle. longer on a screen, but it feels like all the long hours have arrived and turned to something real for me. So I find a little cafe after work before the train, order something slightly nicer than I usually would claim, not to prove a thing to anyone, not to make the moment loud, just to sit beside the smallness of a thing I've earned and feel it now. The bright soft keys above the piano shimmer through the air, and the bass beneath them moves with a warm and rounded care. I think about the tired mornings, all the evenings on the way, how the worry and the effort had been folded into days. And now here is this quiet hour where the work has taken shape, not as triumph, just as proof that I had stayed with what it gave. I can let the moment matter, I can let the pride stay small. There is joy in the little things that do not need a crowd, in a cup held with both hands, and a song that is not loud, like the room is saying softly that the small winds still can shine, that a life is built in hours no one else will mark in time. There is softness in the glow and in the low unhurried tone, and I let myself feel glad without needing it to show. Every bus ride home half empty, every lunch I rushed through cold, how I told myself keep going, though the weeks felt thin and long. And the room now seems to answer with a low and patient song, not to magnify the milestone, only let it be enough, a small and shining confirmation in the middle of the month. Someone near me raises a glass for something I cannot make out, and I smile without a reason, feel the warmth move through the doubt. Then the guitar arrives behind the soft bright keys and felt below, like a second quiet witness to the calm inside the glow. And the whole room seems to glimmer with a low and human grace, like the ordinary turning momentarily to praise. There is joy in the little things that do not need a crowd, in a cup held with both hands, and a song that is not loud, like the room is saying softly that the small winds still can shine, that a life is built in hours no one else will mark in time. There is softness in the glow and in the low unhurried tone, and I let myself feel glad without needing it to show. By the time the drink is cooling, I have stopped rehearsing next, stopped turning every piece of progress into pressure for the steps, and instead I sit inside the simple truth I almost missed, that survival has a music, and tonight I get to hear it. Not because the climb is over, not because the road is clear, but because one quiet evening lets the small wind feel sincere. I will still wake to bills and emails, still be building what I can, but I will remember how the room held this one ordinary chance. To be glad without performing, to be thankful without show, to let the low bright keys and brushes turn the hours into gold. And I'll carry that small brightness when the longer weeks return, like a gentle proof of progress in the wages of being heard. Maybe joy is not a spotlight, maybe it is low and true, like a table in a corner, and the work that made it through. There is joy in the little things that do not need a crowd, in a cup held with both hands, and a song that is not loud, even after I have left and taken evening to the train. There is softness in the knowing that the work was not in vain. I do not need to frame it, I just need to know it stayed, like a warm and careful shimmer moving with me through the lake. I had walked too long with folded maps and weather in my coat, reading signs I could not follow, hearing words I couldn't hold. Then I found a little doorway with warm light against the rain, and I stepped inside the cafe like a hand inside a glove. There were voices I could not place, but the room still made me stay, like kindness doesn't need translation when the air is soft that way. I sat near the window with the street still in my chest, trying to set down all the distance and the miles inside my neck. And the electric piano opened like a lantern in the room, and the guitar came in behind it like a line of softened blue. Not enough to make me homesick, not enough to pull me far, only enough to make the strangeness feel less sharp around the heart. I can let the road grow quieter, I can let the distance breathe. There is comfort in a room I never knew before today, when the warmth and low jazz colors take the foreign edge away, like the table and the steam and song build a bridge without a name, and the body understands it long before the mind can say. There is softness in the strangeness when the room becomes enough, and the miles are carried inward start to feel a little less. Outside, umbrellas cross the window in a silver moving line, and the city stayed a mystery, but not an unfriendly kind. I wrote one note into my journal just to mark the little room. Somewhere far can still feel gentle in the middle of the noon, and the low warm bass beneath the chords kept giving weight and grace to the hour that had found me tired and made a softer place. Travel often looks like freedom till you reach the thinner side, where the body wants a corner and the mind wants not decide. But the music seemed to know it by the way it kept its pace, leaving room enough for breathing, never crowding up the space. So I let the afternoon arrive without a map to solve, just a cup of room, a slower song, and miles beginning to dissolve. There is comfort in a room I never knew before today, when the warmth and low jazz colors take the foreign edge away. Like the table and the steam and song build a bridge without a name, and the body understands it long before the mind can say. There is softness in the strangeness when the room becomes enough, and the miles I carried inward start to feel a little less. By the time the rain grew lighter, I could feel the city near, not because I knew its language, but because I'd rested here. And sometimes that is all it takes for distance to grow kind. One warm room and one slow song, and enough unguarded time where the unfamiliar streets begin to soften at the seam, and the day becomes less jagged than it first had seemed. When I finally stood to leave, I thanked them in the words I knew, small and awkward, but enough for what the room had carried through. Then I stepped back to the street that still was not entirely mine, yet the weather felt less distant and the evening more aligned, like I'd found a little pocket in the turning of the day, where a stranger could grow quieter and let the road give way. Maybe home is not a country, maybe it can be a chair, and a room that says without speaking, you can set your tiredness here. There is comfort in a room I never knew before today, when the warmth and low jazz colors take the foreign edge away. Even after I am walking through the streets I cannot name. There is softness in the memory of the little place in rain. I do not need to keep it, I just need to know it's true, that somewhere strange can still feel gentle when the music carries through.
I had walked too many streets with folded maps inside my coat, reading signs I couldn't follow, hearing words I couldn't hold. Then I found a little doorway with warm light against the rain, and I stepped inside the cafe like a hand inside a glove. There were voices I could not place, but the room still made me stay. Like kindness doesn't need translation when the air is soft that way. I sat near the window with the city still inside my chest, trying to set down all the distance and the miles in my neck. Then the nylon guitar opened in a low and careful line, and the muted piano answered with a warmth I recognized. Not enough to make me homesick, not enough to pull me far, only enough to make the strangeness feel less sharp around the heart. I can let the road grow quieter, I can let the distance breathe. There's a quiet kind of comfort in a room you've never known, when the world is still unfamiliar, but the warmth begins to show. Like the table and the music and the steam around your hands build a bridge across the distance that the body understands. There is softness in the strangeness when the room becomes enough, and the miles you carried inward start to feel a little less. Outside, umbrellas cross the window in a silver moving line, and the city stayed a mystery, but not an unfriendly kind. I wrote one note into my journal just to mark the little room. Somewhere far can still feel gentle in the middle of the noon, and the low warm bass beneath the chords kept giving weight and grace to the hour that had found me tired and made a softer place. Travel always looks like freedom till you reach the thinner side, where the body wants a corner and the mind wants not decide. But the music here kept widening with a patient low restraint, leaving room enough for breathing, never crowding up the space. So I let the afternoon arrive without a map to solve, just a cup, a room, a slower song, and miles beginning to dissolve. There's a quiet kind of comfort in a room you've never known, when the world is still unfamiliar, but the warmth begins to show. the time the rain grew lighter, I could feel the city near. Not because I knew its language, but because I'd rested here. And sometimes that is all it takes for distance to grow kind. One warm room and one slow song, and enough unguarded time where the unfamiliar streets begin to soften at the seam, and the day becomes less jagged than it first had seemed. When I finally stood to leave, I thanked them in the words I knew, small and awkward, but enough for what the room had carried through. And I stepped back to the street that still was not entirely mine, yet the weather felt less distant and the evening more aligned. Like I'd found a little pocket in the turning of the day, where a stranger could grow quieter and let the road give way. Maybe home is not a country, maybe it can be a chair and a room that says without speaking, you can set your tiredness here. There's a quiet kind of comfort in a room you've never known. Even after I am walking through the streets I cannot name, there's a softness in the memory of the little place in rain, that somewhere strange can still feel gentle when the music carries through.
It was not a grand occasion, just a number on a screen, but it felt like all the long hours had arrived and turned to something real for me. So I found a little cafe after work before the train, ordered something slightly nicer than I usually would claim. Not to prove a thing to anyone, not to make the moment loud, just to sit beside the smallness of a thing I'd earned and feel it now. The bright soft keys above the piano shimmered through the air, and the bass beneath them moved with a warm and rounded care. I thought about the tired mornings, all the evenings on the way, how the worry and the effort had been folded into days. And now here was this quiet hour where the work had taken shape, not as triumph, just as proof that I had stayed with what it gave. I can let the moment matter, I can let the pride stay small. There is joy in the little things that do not need a crowd, in a cup held with both hands, and a song that is not loud, like the room is saying softly that the small winds still can shine, that a life is built in hours no one else will mark in time. There is softness in the glow and in the low unhurried tone, and I Every bus ride home half empty, every lunch I rushed through cold. How I told myself keep going, though the weeks felt thin and long, and the room now seemed to answer with a low and patient song. Not to magnify the milestone, only let it be enough. A small and shining confirmation in the middle of the month. Someone near me raised a glass for something I could not make out, and I smiled without a reason, felt the warmth move through the doubt. Then the guitar arrived behind the soft bright keys and felt below, like a second quiet witness to the calm inside the glow. And the whole room seemed to glimmer with a low and human grace, like the ordinary turning momentarily to praise. There is joy in the little things that do not need a crowd, in a cup held with both hands and a song that is not loud, like the room is saying softly that the small winds still can shine, that a life is built in hours no one else will mark in time. There is softness in the glow and in the low unhurried tone, and I let myself feel glad without needing it to show. By the time the drink was cooling, I had stopped rehearsing next, stopped turning every piece of progress into pressure for the steps, and instead I sat inside the simple truth I'd almost missed, that survival has a music, and tonight I got to hear it. Not because the climb was over, not because the road was clear, but because one quiet evening let the small wind feel sincere. I'll still wait to bills and emails, still be building what I can, but I'll remember how the room held this one ordinary chance, to be glad without performing, to be thankful without show, to let the low bright keys and brushes turn the hours into gold. And I'll carry that small brightness when the longer weeks return, like a gentle proof of progress in the wages of being heard. Maybe joy is not a spotlight, maybe it is low and true, like a table in a corner and the work that made it through. There is joy in the little things that do not need a crowd, in a cup held with both hands and a song that is not loud, even after I have left and taken evening to the train. There is softness in the knowing that the work was not in vain. I do not need to frame it, I just need to know it stayed.
talked past the edge of coffee into afternoon and light, about the towns and jobs and heartbreaks that had carried us through time. Nothing dramatic, just the kind of talking that unfolds when two people share old weather and discover it still glows. When you left, the chair across from me held warmth a little while, and the cups between us carried half-spent rings and quiet smiles. The bright soft keys above the piano shimmered through the air, like the afterglow of closeness had decided to stay there. There are meetings that feel louder, but this one was low and clear, like the years between us folded into something gently near. I can let the memory settle, I can let the hour glow. There's a quiet kind of comfort in a friendship that returns, not unchanged, but something deeper after all the distance learned. Like the room is holding lightly all the years between the lines, and the music turns the silence into something warm and kind. There is softness in the after when the table still feels bright, and the day keeps glowing gently with the shape of what was right. I thought about the younger selves we never tried to bring, how they still were in the corners of the stories that we'd lived, not in ways that made me ache, more like a smile across the years, at the versions of us trying hard and growing into here, and the little shining keyboard line above the warm piano below felt exactly like that feeling, bright and soft and moving slow. Outside people crossed the window in the late and golden light. Cars moved by and thin reflections, day leaned softly into night, and the room became a harbor for the afterglow we made, not by fixing what was broken, just by sitting there and staying. Sometimes healing sounds like talking, sometimes it is simply this: a table time, familiar laughter, and a quiet kind of bliss. There's a quiet kind of comfort in a friendship that returns, not unchanged, but something deeper after all the distance learned. Like the room is holding lightly all the years between the lines, and the music turns the silence into something warm and kind. There is softness in the after when the table still feels bright, and the day keeps glowing gently with the shape of what was right. By the time the room grew dimmer, I had less weight in my chest, not because the years were smaller, just because they felt less pressed. And the warm bright tone above me kept on glimmering through the air, like a witness to the comfort of the time we'd shared there. I will carry it a while now, as longing, not as ache, but as proof that some connections quietly survive the shape of change. And if distance comes again, I'll know it doesn't end the thread. Some old laughter still remembers how to find you where you are. How a room and low bright music can make the ears feel thin, till the past and present settle side by side and breathe again. So I leave with something tender, folded softly in my day, like a warm and shining afterglow the evening could not take. Maybe time does not erase us. Maybe it just teaches grace, till the people we were missing meet us softly in one place. There's a quiet kind of comfort in a friendship that returns, even when the room is empty and the cups are cleared away. There is softness in the memory that will carry through the day, like a warm and shining afterglow the evening never took away.
Staring at the same page for almost half an hour straight, watching every possible direction close before it finds a shape. Then the piano meets the guitar in a phrase that moves so slow that the noise inside my thinking has no choice but let me go. There is something in a duet when it leaves enough of air for the mind to hear itself again and find a pathway there. Brushes under bass are gentle, like a pulse beneath the floor, and the empty page feels lighter than it did an hour before. Not because the answer lands here, not because the fear is gone, only because the room and music make the next line possible. Every chord keeps opening wider, every phrase keeps breathing long, like the work and I are learning how to move inside one song. I can let the focus deepen, I can let the pressure thin. There's a quiet kind of magic in the moment things align, when the page stops being heavy and the scattered thoughts turn kind, like the room is holding open just enough for me to hear what was waiting underneath the strain I carried getting here. There is softness in the rhythm that can guide a restless mind, till the work becomes a current and I stop resisting time. across the window in a blur of coats and light, but inside the room grows smaller in a way that feels just right. Not because the world is missing, but because I enter more deep enough that every minute seems to settle at the core, and the duet keeps unfolding with a patient low restraint, like it knows that concentration is a quiet form of faith. Every richer chord beneath me widens all the room again, majors blooming into sevenths, then relaxing into blue. And I feel the thing I forced all day begin to move on its own. Not as brilliance, not perfection, only something finally known. Sometimes all the thought requires is a gentler kind of pace, and a melody that lingers long enough to meet it face to face. There's a quiet kind of magic in the moment things align, when the page stops being heavy and the scattered thoughts turn kind, like the room is holding open just enough for me to hear what was waiting underneath the strain I carried getting here. There is softness in the rhythm that can guide a restless mind till the work becomes a current and I stop resisting time. By the time the light is lower, I have pages full of breath, where the morning only offered me a wall of unfinished steps. Not because I solved the pressure, only because I stayed to hear how a room and song together can make the thinking clear. And the duet in the speakers feels like patience set to tone, teaching me that focused movement does not have to feel alone. I know tomorrow may be different, I know focus comes and goes, but I remember how the music shaped the room around the notes, how the slow impatient phrasing gave the worry less comment, how the work became less fearful when it wasn't forced by hand. And I'll carry that soft current when the next long page begins, like a quiet piece of rhythm underneath the noise again. Maybe flow is not a lightning, maybe it is open space, where the mind can hear itself again at a slower, kinder pace. There's a quiet kind of magic in the moment things align, even when the day is crowded, even when the mind feels loud. There is softness in the rhythm that can lead me safely out. I do not need to force it, I just need to stay and hear how the work becomes a current when the quiet draws it near. the city not awake yet, only buses passing by. Set my bag beside the window, let the wooden chair take weight, and the room began to loosen all the noise I'd brought in late. There was steam above the coffee, like a thought that didn't rush, and the low piano beneath it made the morning feel enough. I had slept with too many questions, turning circles in my head. Little worries without edges, little words I never said. But the chords were wide and patient, full of distance, full of air, like they knew that not all tension needs an answer sitting there. And the quiet in the cafe was not empty, not severe. It was warm enough to hold me, soft enough to let me hear. I can let the dark grow lighter, I can let the first hour stay. There's a quiet kind of landing in the middle of the dawn, when the room in gentle music let the guarded feeling soften, like the heart can set its luggage by the table for a while, and the low and careful harmony can teach it how to smile. There is softness in the stillness and the light before the day, and I feel my thoughts stop running as the noise gives way. Someone near the counter whispered, and the sound just drifted through, like another piece of weather passing low and passing true. And I watched the early sunlight find the corner of the page where I'd written down my worries like they needed a small cage. But the room kept widening softly till the list began to blur, like the things I thought were urgent could be slower, could be heard. Every minute felt less narrow, every breath a little deep, like the body had remembered what it means to not compete. And the bass beneath the guitar moved with warm and steady grace, like a hand along the back of all the tension in the frame. I did not become a different kind of person in that chair, I just felt a little kinder toward the one already there. There's a quiet kind of landing in the middle of the dawn, when the room in gentle music let the guarded feeling soften, like the heart can set its luggage by the table for a while, and the low and careful harmony can teach it how to smile. There is softness in the stillness and the light before the day, and I feel my thoughts stop running as the noise gives way. And the street had filled with sound, I could feel the weight inside me sitting lower, closer down. Not because the world was simpler, not because the fear was gone, but because one quiet morning let me carry it less hard. And the music kept on moving like a patient second tide, showing me that peace can enter without asking me to hide. Soon I'd walk into the weekday with its faster kind of need, with its questions and its traffic and the pace I'd have to meet. But the room had left a rhythm underneath the way I'd go, something low and almost hidden, something only I would know. Like the dawn had placed a lantern in the middle of my chest, and the song had drawn a doorway to a steadier kind of rest. Maybe peace is not a finish. Maybe peace is how you start. When a room can hold the morning till it settles in your heart. There's a quiet kind of landing in the middle of the dawn, when the room in gentle music let the guarded feeling soften. Even when the day grows louder, even when the pace returns, there is softness in the memory and the way the stillness learns. And I do not need to keep it, I just need to know it stays like a low and steady lantern through the movement of the day.
The sunlight leans in sideways through the corner of the room, painting quiet on the tabletops in long and amber hues. I have found a seat near the window where the day begins to fold, and the fingerstyle guitar feels like a story being told. Every note arrives unhurried, every pause is full of air, like the room already knows the weight I carried here. Muted piano joins the pattern like a second line of gold, and the low bass under both of them makes the evening feel less cold. Nothing here is trying harder than it has to feel alive. Only small impatient voicings leaving room enough inside, and I feel the rush of earlier starting slowly to recede, as if the softer tempo gives the heart a different need. I can let the daylight lower, I can let the stillness stay. There's a quiet kind of golden in the hour turning late, when the gentle jazz progression helps the heavier thoughts deflate. Like the room becomes a harbor where the hurried mind can land, and the low impatient rhythm keeps the breathing close at hand. There's softness in the amber and the glow along the floor, and I feel the day release me more and more. Someone near the counter laughs, and then the sound is dissolves away, leaving little rings of warmth inside the dimming of the day. I do not need to follow every thought that passes through. I just watch the light grow thinner as the colors shift to blue. And the bass beneath the voicings gives the moment subtle ground, like the room has found a heartbeat in the low surrounding sound. Every second feels more merciful the dimmer that it gets, like the edges of the daylight lose the strain they used to hold. And the guitar keeps unfolding with the patience I can trust, as the room around the music fills with hush and quiet dusk. Nothing needs to be decided, nothing needs to be explained. Only let the fading sunlight turn the pressure into grain. There's a quiet kind of golden in the hour turning late, when the gentle jazz progression helps the heavier thoughts deflate, like the room becomes a harbor where the hurried mind can land, and the low impatient rhythm keeps the breathing close at hand. There is softness in the amber and the glow along the floor, and I feel the day release me more and more. By the time the lamps are brighter than the sky beyond the glass, I can feel the whole long day becoming lighter as it passes. Not because it has grown simple, not because the work is through, but because one quiet sunset let the hurried feeling move, and the music leaves an afterglow inside the way I breathe, like a warmth I can remember when I leave. Soon I'll step into the evening and the colder city air, but the hush beneath the guitar will keep moving with me there, like the room has left an amber little lantern in my chest, something low and almost hidden I can lean on for a rest. And I'll know the fading daylight leaves a gentler kind of trace, slower rhythm in its place. Maybe dusk is not an ending, maybe dusk is how we learn, but the light we thought was leaving still remains in softer forms. There's a quiet kind of golden in the hour turning late, when the gentle jazz progression helps the heavier thoughts deflate. Even after all the daylight slips beyond the window frame, there is softness in the memory of the room it left the same. I do not need to keep it, I just need to know it's true, that the amber keeps on glowing through the blue.
Only one more table's taken near the far end of the room, and the barista stacks the glasses underneath the closing blue. The guitar begins so softly, it feels more like moving light than a melody at first, just a line that opens night. I am sitting with the blue hour folded low around my chair, letting all the final minutes gather quietly in the air. When the electric piano joins it like a dim reflected glow, and the bass beneath the voicing moves with warmth and undertow. Nothing here is asking loudly what I should take with me home, only showing me the comfort of a room becoming slow. Even the small machine behind the bar sounds gentler than before, like the whole cafe is slowly breathing out through the door. I can let the night grow deeper, I can let the silence stay. There's a quiet kind of beauty in the hour close to close, when the room and low jazz colors turn the edges soft and slow, like the chairs and fading voices and the hum behind the light make a shelter for the last few tender minutes of the night. There's comfort in the blue hour and the hush beneath the bar, and I feel the whole room breathing where we are. I think about the day behind me with its sharper kinds of sound, how it moved too fast to notice what was living underneath. But the room had nearly closed and leaves enough of space to hear all the quiet kinds of feelings I had folded out of fear. And the guitar, when it leans upward, leaves a narrow line of gold through the darker shades of evening, and the thoughts I couldn't hold. Every second feels more open as the room grows almost still, like the edges of the pressure have been softened by the dim, and the bass beneath the voicings gives the silence something warm, like a floor beneath the tiredness, like a place beneath the storm. Nothing has to be concluded, nothing has to be resolved, only held a little lighter in the low and patient chords. There's a quiet kind of beauty in the hour close to close, when the room and low jazz colors turn the edges soft and slow, like the chairs and fading voices and the hum behind the light make a shelter for the last few tender minutes of the night. There is comfort in the blue hour and the hush beneath the bar, and I feel the whole room breathing where we are. Soon the chairs will all be lifted and the door will lock behind, but the softness of this hour will keep unfolding in my mind. Not because it changed the world, not because it made things clear, but because one quiet ending let me hear what had been here all along beneath the rushes bright unfinished strain, a lower kind of rhythm moving through it all the same. When I step into the streetlight and the colder outside sound, I will carry something hidden from the room that settles down. Like the low guitar and piano left a lantern in my chest, something warm and barely spoken I can lean on when it presses. And I know that even closing hours leave something true behind, a quieter way of holding night. Maybe endings are not empty. Maybe endings make us hear all the softer hidden music that was always waiting here. There's a quiet kind of beauty in the hour close to close, when the room and low jazz colors turn the edges soft and slow. Even after I have stepped out where the colder street lights shine, there is softness in the memory of the room I leave behind. And I do not need to keep it, I just need to know it stays like a low and patient lantern through the lake. Evening leans in golden colors on the edge of every chair, and the guitar begins so softly it is almost part of air. I sit down where fading sunlight reaches halfway to my hands, watching all the little shadows drift across the wood and glass. There's comfort in the changing of the room from day to night, like the world is learning slowly how to soften into light. Muted piano joins the guitar like a second line of glow, and the bass beneath the warmth begins to move serene and low. Nothing here is trying harder than it needs to feel complete. Only small impatient voicings underneath the careful beat. And I feel the late day tension start to loosen in my chest, as if the song already knows how to teach a body rest. I can let the daylight lower, I can let the stillness stay. There's a quiet kind of golden in the hour before the night, when the low jazz harmony turns the weary feeling light. Like the room becomes a harbor where the hurried thoughts can land, and the gentle moving rhythm keeps the breathing close at hand. There is softness in the amber and the glow along the floor, and I feel the day release me more.
feel human texture in the warm suspended air. I do not need to follow every thought that passes through. I just watch the light grow thinner and the colors turn to blue. And the bass beneath the voicings gives the evening subtle ground. Like the room has found a heartbeat in the low surrounding sound. Every second feels more merciful the dimmer that it gets. Like the edges of the daylight leave behind the strain they held. And the guitar keeps on unfolding with a patience I can trust. As the room around the music fills with quiet and with dusk. Nothing needs to be decided, nothing needs to be explained. Only let the fading sunlight turn the pressure into grain. There's a quiet kind of golden in the hour before the night, when the low jazz harmony turns the weary feeling light. Like the room becomes a harbor where the hurried thoughts can land. And the gentle moving rhythm keeps the breathing close at hand. There's softness in the amber and the glow along the floor. And I feel the day release me more and more. By the time the lamps are brighter than the sky beyond the glass, I can feel the whole long day becoming lighter as it passes. Not because it has grown simple, not because the work is done, but because one quiet sunset let the hurried feeling run. And the music leaves an afterglow inside the way I breathe. Like a warmth I can remember when I leave. Soon I'll step into the evening and the colder city air. But the hush beneath the guitar will keep moving with me there. Like the room has left an amber little lantern in my chest. Something low and almost hidden I can lean on for rest. And I'll know the fading daylight leaves a gentler kind of trace, a slower rhythm in its place. Maybe dusk is not an ending. Maybe dusk is how we learn that the light we thought was leaving still remains in softer forms. There's a quiet kind of golden in the hour before the night, when the low jazz harmony turns the weary feeling light. Even after all the daylight slips beyond the window frame, there is softness in the memory of the room it left the same. I do not need to keep it, I just need to know it's true, that the amber keeps on glowing through the blue.
the sunset like a tide beneath the floor, and the room turned gold around me in the hour before the dark. I had brought the day in pieces, still attached to all my thoughts, and the bass line under silence held them softer than I could. There is something in the evening when the light begins to bend that can make unfinished hours feel less sharp before they end. Felt piano entered slowly like a hand across the air, leaving warm and dusty colors in the dimness by my chair. Nothing asked me for a summary of all that had gone wrong, only gave the day more space to thin beneath a slower song. And the brush against the snare stayed low enough to barely show, like the room itself was teaching me a kinder way to slow. I can let the daylight lower, I can let the weight grow small. There is mercy in the evening when the room begins to dim, and the low warm bass beneath it steadies everything within. Like the light across the table says, you do not have to prove every hour of the daytime to be worthy of this room. There is softness in the amber and the calm beneath the chord, and the heart begins to loosen what it held too hard before. Outside, traffic crossed the window in long ribbons made of rust. Inside, every little detail felt more tender than it was. A cup left cooling on the table, shadows stretching near the door, and the bass beneath the music like a hand against the floor. I remembered how I carried every task like something owed, till the room in low progression turned the pressure into tone. Every second felt more merciful the dimmer that it grew, like the edges of the moment had been sanded into blue. And the guitar, when it arrived, did not interrupt the calm. It only laid a line of warmth across the center of the dark. Not enough to make it brighter, just enough to let me see how the evening can be shelter when the day has emptied me. There is mercy in the evening when the room begins to dim, and the low warm bass beneath it steadies everything within. Like the light across the table says, you do not have to prove every hour of the daytime to be worthy of this room. There is softness in the amber and the calm beneath the chord, and the heart begins to loosen what it held too hard before. By the time the gold had thinned into a deeper shade of blue, I could feel the day release me from the shape I carried through. Not because it had grown simple, not because the work was done, but because one room had held me till the harder pulse was gone, and the music had a patience that I wanted in my bones. Like the low and careful sunset knew how tiredness should be held. Soon I'd step into the evening with the city back in sound, but the bass would keep on moving in a slower line below. Like the room had taught my breathing how to lengthen and remain, even when the brighter noise returned with all its usual strain. And I'd know the hour before dark can still leave something true, a softer way to hold the day when it has been too full. Maybe rest is not surrender. Maybe kindness is a skill. In the hour before the darkness teaches how to soften still. There is mercy in the evening when the room begins to dim, and the low warm bass beneath it steadies everything within. Even after I have stepped back into cooler city air, there is softness in the amber that I'll carry with me there. I do not need to fix the day to let the evening hold its end. I just need the room and music to remind me I can bend. Late light leaned across the table in a slow and amber line, and the room began to settle into evening's softer time. I had finished all the errands, all the little things to prove. Now I only had the silence and the guitar in the room. There is comfort in an ending that does not demand a name, just the dimming of the daylight and the low unhurried change. Muted piano entered softly like a shadow near the chord, and the bass beneath the fingerstyle gave the room a wooden warmth. Nothing here was trying harder than it had to be at all, yet the little textures round me felt enough to hold the day. Outside traffic crossed the window like a ribbon made of gold. Inside every tone was patient enough to not be told. I can let the daylight lower, I can let the room unwind. There's a quiet kind of beauty in the hour before the dark, when the walls and fading sunlight meet the tired inside the heart. Like the room is exhaling all the hours it has kept, and the low warm music gathers what the day has not released. There is
dance and move the chairs like a quiet little ritual woven into evening air. I watch the dust turn gold beneath the last of all the sun, and the room felt like a harbor built of ordinary things. Not a grand or holy moment, just a place that let me be, with the weight of all the daylight growing gentler on me. Every minute felt more merciful the dimmer that it grew, like the edges of the hours had been rounded into blue, and the guitar beneath my breathing left a warm and narrow line across the room and through the places where the strain had tightened. Not enough to call it healing, only enough to let me stay till the room and song together took the sharper parts away. There's a quiet kind of beauty in the hour before the dark, when the walls and fading sunlight meet the tired inside the heart, like the room is exhaling all the hours it has kept, and the low warm music gathers what the day has not released. There is softness in the ending, and the way the light goes blue, and I feel the whole day settling into something almost true. Almost true. By the time the lamps were brighter than the sky beyond the glass, I could feel the day releasing one small thread at once. Not because it had been easy, not because the work was done, but because the room had held me till the louder pulse was gone, and the music had a patience I could feel inside my chest, like the evening knew exactly how to teach a body rest. Soon I'll step into the sidewalk where the colder air will turn, but the warmth inside the cafe and the cordial glow will stay. Like the room has lent me stillness I can carry through the night, like the fingerstyle and piano left a slower kind of light. I'll know tomorrow's daylight may again ask more than seems fair, but the dusk has shown me quiet can be something I can wear. Maybe peace is not an answer, maybe peace is evening air, and a room that lets the daylight settle softly everywhere. There's a quiet kind of beauty in the hour before the dark, even after I have left and walked out under neon lights. There is softness in the evening that I'll carry past the glass, like a warm and low remembrance of the room that let me rest.
notes move beneath the sunset like a tide beneath the floor, and the room turns cold around me in the hour before the dark. I have brought the day in pieces, still attached to all my thoughts, and the bass line under silence holds them softer than I could. There is something in the evening when the light begins to bend that can make unfinished hours feel less sharp before they end. Felt piano enter slowly like a hand across the air, leaving warm and dusty colors in the dimness by my chair. Nothing asks me for a summary of all that has gone wrong, only gives the day more space to thin beneath a slower song. And the brush against the snare stays low enough to barely show, like the room itself is teaching me a kinder way to slow. I can let the daylight lower, I can let the weight grow small. There's a quiet kind of mercy in the hour before the dark, when the room and fading sunlight meet the tired inside the heart. Like the low notes hold the weight I couldn't carry through alone, and the piano leaves a softness where the pressure used to go. There is tenderness in evening when the day has spent its fire, and I finally stop pretending I still have to climb it higher. Outside traffic crosses slowly in long ribbons made of rust. Inside every little detail feels more tender than it was. A cup left cooling on the table, shadows stretching near the door, and the bass beneath the music like a hand against the floor. I remember how I carried every task like something old, till the room and low progression turned the pressure into tone. Every second feels more merciful, the dimmer that it grows, like the edges of the moment have been rounded into blue. And the guitar, when it arrives, does not interrupt the calm. It only lays a line of warmth across the center of the dark. Not enough to make it brighter, just enough to let me see how the evening can be shelter when the day has emptied me. There's a quiet kind of mercy in the hour before the dark, when the room and fading sunlight meet the tired inside the heart. Like the low notes hold the weight I couldn't carry through alone, and the piano leaves the softness where the pressure used to go. There is tenderness in evening when the day has spent its fire, and I finally stop pretending I still have to climb it higher. By the time the gold has thinned into a deeper shade of blue, I can feel the day release me from the shape I carried through. Not because it has grown simple, not because the work is done, but because one room has held me till the harder pulse is gone. And the music has a patience that I feel inside my chest, like the evening knows exactly how to teach a body rest. Soon I'll step into the cooling street with city back in sound, but the bass will keep on moving in a slower line below, like the room has taught my breathing how to lengthen and remain, even when the brighter noise returns with all its usual strain. And I'll know the hour before dark can still leave something true, a softer way to hold the day when it has been too full. Maybe rest is not surrender. Maybe kindness is a skill, and the hour before the darkness teaches how to soften still. There's a quiet kind of mercy in the hour before the dark, when the room and fading sunlight meet the tired inside the heart. Even after I have stepped back into cooler evening air, there is softness in the amber that I'll carry with me there. I do not need to fix the day, to let the evening hold its end. I just need the room and music to remind me.
I came in with the evening still folded in my coat, carrying all the little things I never said out loud. And the electric piano shimmered like a street light in the rain, turning all the hard reflections into something soft again. There was dust along the window, catching gold before the blue, and the room felt like a pause I didn't know I needed to move through. Someone near the corner table was writing in a book. Someone else was staring outward with a half-forgotten look. And the low bass under everything moved patient, warm and round, like it knew that quiet comfort doesn't always need a sound. I wrapped both hands around the cup and let the evening land, as if the room had made a place for everything I couldn't understand. I can let the twilight settle, I can let the silence stay. There's a quiet kind of comfort in the blue before the night, when the low electric colors turn the edges soft with light, like the room is drawing circles where the restless thoughts can rest. And the slow and patient rhythm takes the noise out of my the day grow lighter as it passes. Every little sound around me seemed to widen in the air. The spoon against the ceramic, someone shifting in a chair. And the guitar, when it arrived, left a line of amber tone, like a second voice beside me saying I was not alone. Not because it tried to fix me, not because it had a plan, only because it stayed so gentle that my breathing slowed again. I have spent so many evenings trying not to feel too much, keeping all my thoughts in motion so they would not settle down. But the chords kept leaning warmer, richer, softer as they moved, till the things I would not look at lost the sharpness of their truth. And the bass beneath the voicings gave the moment subtle ground, like the room had found a heartbeat in the low surrounding sound. There's a quiet kind of comfort in the blue before the night, when the low electric colors turn the edges soft with light, like the room is drawing circles where the restless thoughts can rest. And the slow and patient rhythm takes the noise out of my chest. There is softness in the evening and the glow beneath the glass, and I feel the day grow lighter as it passes. By the time the room grew dimmer and the windows mirrored back, I could feel the weight inside me losing some of what it had. Not because the world was kinder, not because the ache was through, but because one quiet evening let me carry it less hard. And the music kept on moving like a low unbroken thread, leaving warmer kinds of silence where the restless thoughts had been. Soon I'd step into the streetlights and the colder moving air, but the hush beneath the chords would keep unfolding somewhere there, like the room had left a lantern in the middle of my stride, something low and almost hidden I could take into the night. And I'd know the day can loosen without asking me to fight, if I let the softer rhythm stay beside me in the light. Maybe peace is not a distance, maybe peace is turning down till the quiet in the evening can finally be found. There's a quiet kind of comfort in the blue before the night, when the low electric colors turn the edges soft with light, even when the streets are louder and the darker hours begin. There's softness in the memory of the room I carried in, and I do not need to keep it, I just need to know it stays. a slow electric shimmer through the lake. I opened up the sketchbook more to hold than really use, but the room was soft enough to make the empty page feel loose. Felt piano through the speakers, left a pale and careful line, like the light had found a language for the weather in my mind. I began with just the handle of the cup beside my hand, then the window, then the shadow, then the table where I sat. Nothing I was drawing mattered in the polished kind of way. I was only letting motion take the pressure out of shape, and the low brush on the rhythm kept the breathing slow and wide. Little pieces on the page let the noise slide aside. Even the tapists in the intro felt like dust in afternoon light, like the song itself was textured by the room and by the time. I can let the page keep listening. I can let the pencil. There's a quiet kind of clarity in the hand that keeps on going when the mind is full of weather and the words refuse to show it, like the lines can hold the feeling till the heart can see its shape, and the room keeps time around me while the pressure falls away. There is softness in the motion and the low felt piano tone, and I feel the crowded thinking slowly leaving me alone. Soon I wasn't drawing objects, but the way the sunlight bent, how the chair across from mine still held the trace of someone left, how the spoon beside the saucer cast a silver little line, how the glass turned city movement into blurred and quiet light. And by tracing what I saw, I felt the inside of me slow, like my hand had found a language that my mouth did not yet know. Every second felt more open than it had before I came, like the page was drawing space around the feeling with no name, and the guitar beneath the piano stayed warm enough to hear how the soft and careful rhythm made the hidden edges clear. Nothing asked me to explain it, nothing pushed me to decide, only let the quiet gather while the noise moved to the side. There's a quiet kind of clarity in the hand that keeps on going when the mind is full of weather and the words refuse to show it, like the lines can hold the feeling till the heart can see its shape, and the room keeps time around me while the pressure falls away. There is softness in the motion and the low felt piano tone, and I feel the crowded thinking slowly close the sketchbook, I could feel a lighter chest. Not because the world was simple, but because the day could rest. On the page and lines and corners, and the shapes I chose to keep, like the paper had absorbed the parts that felt too much to speak. And the song kept breathing under all the graphite and the shade, like a quiet kind of mercy in the things my hands had made. Soon I'd leave with just a drawing and the city after dark, but the hush beneath the piano would keep moving through my heart, like the room had left a softness in the motion of my hand, something steady I could carry when the hours feel too sharp. And I'd know that not all healing comes by speaking what is true. Sometimes it arrives in sketch lines and the hush that moves them through. Maybe art is not an answer. Maybe art is just a way to let feeling have a surface till the noise gives way. There's a quiet kind of clarity in the hand that keeps on going when the mind is full of weather and the words refuse to show it. Even if the lines are simple, even if they fade with time, there's softness in the making that can settle what's inside. And I do not need to frame it, I just need to know it's real, that a page and room and rhythm let the crowded heart grow still. I came in with a notebook and a list that felt too long, half a mind still at the doorway, half pretending I was strong. Lines were scattered in my head like papers in a moving wind. Nothing steady, nothing settled, nothing easy to begin. And the piano met the guitar in a slow, impatient phrase, and the room became a rhythm I could finally step inside. At first I only moved in fragments, one small sentence, one idea, a word crossed out a corner, folded another sip to keep me here. Then the brushes underneath the bass began to mark a pace, and the thoughts that felt like static started finding room and shape. Not all at once, not in a rush, just in a quiet, widening way, like the work and I were learning how to breathe the same today. I can feel the focus deepen, I can let the hours blur. There's a quiet kind of magic in the moment things align, when the page stops being heavy and the scattered thoughts turn kind, like the room is holding open just enough for you to hear what was waiting underneath the noise you carried coming here. you stop resisting time. Soon the words were coming easier, not perfect but alive. And the little notes I scribbled started leaning into lines. Outside people crossed the window in a blur of coats and light. But inside the room grew smaller in a way that felt just right. Not because the world was gone, but because I entered more, deep enough that every minute seemed to settle at the core. I forgot the urge to check the time, forgot the noise behind my screen, forgot the doubt that usually waits beside the work unseen. And the duet and the speakers kept unfolding soft and low, like it knew that concentration isn't loud when it begins to grow. It is gentle, almost hidden, like a flame behind the hand, till it warms the whole small space and makes the restless spirit stand. There's a quiet kind of magic in the moment things align, when the page stops being heavy and the scattered thoughts turn kind, like the room is holding open just enough for you to hear what was waiting underneath the noise you carried coming here. There's a softness in the rhythm that can guide a restless mind, till the work becomes a current and you stop resisting time. By the time the sunlight tilted into late afternoon gold, I had pages full of movement where the morning only stalled. Not because I forced the answers, not because I pushed them through, but because I stayed long enough for the quiet to come true. And the room, without demanding, had become a kind of guide, a place where thought could loosen and then gather from inside. I know tomorrow may be harder, I know focus doesn't stay, but I'll remember how the music pulled the static far away, how the brush and bass and piano made a ladder out of air, how the work became less frightening when the room agreed to care. And I'll carry that small current when the next long page begins, like a calm I learned by listening till the noise grew thin. Maybe flow is just a doorway that opens when you don't demand. Maybe focus is a kindness you receive before you understand. There's a quiet kind of magic in the moment things align, when the page stops being heavy and the scattered thoughts turn kind. Even when the day is crowded, even when the mind feels loud, there's a softness in the rhythm that can lead you safely out. And I don't need to force it, I just need to stay and hear how the work becomes a current when the quiet draws it near.
There's a low and steady pulse beneath the room before I speak, like the floor itself is breathing under all the quiet heat. I did not come here for answers, only somewhere I could still. But the bass beneath the silence makes the crowded feeling yield. And the piano enters slowly, like a lamp across the air, leaving open little spaces where the tension starts to settle there. Someone by the counter lingers with a half-forgotten smile, and the brushes touch the rhythm with the lightest kind of time. Nothing here is trying louder than it needs to be alive. Only low and patient movement helping everything unwind. And I feel the weight I carried start to settle lower down, as if the room has found a place for every restless sound. I can let the low notes hold me, I can let the room grow wide. There's a quiet kind of grounding in the low and steady tone, when the bass in careful harmony make the hurried feeling slow, like the room is holding weight without demanding I explain. And the gentle jazz progression lets the heart feel less afraid. There is comfort in the low end and the hush it leaves behind. And I feel the day grow gentler in my mind. Every little movement in the room becomes a part of something warm, like the shadows and the coffee in the low and human forms. And I think about how often I mistake loudness for relief, when the quieter kind of comfort asks for less and offers peace. And the bass beneath the voicings keeps returning me to ground, like the room has found a center in the low surrounding sound. Nothing changes all at once here, but something quietly aligns, like the chords have made a pathway through the weather in my mind. And the guitar, when it arrives, is careful, soft and late, like a second beating lantern in the room's unhurried pace. Every second feels more rounded, every thought a little clear, like the low and steady pulse has shaped the atmosphere here. There's a quiet kind of grounding in the low and steady tone, when the bass and careful harmony make the hurried feeling slow, like the room is holding weight without demanding I explain. And the gentle jazz progression lets the heart feel less afraid. There's comfort in the low end and the hush it leaves behind. And I feel the day grow gentler in my mind. By the time the room grows dimmer and the window mirrors back, I can feel the pressure thinning into something less exact. Not because the world is simple, not because the ache is gone, but because one low, slow rhythm let the harder feeling run. And the music leaves an anchor in the middle of my chest, something warm and barely moving, something close to rest. Soon the streets will take me outward into colder kinds of light, but the hush beneath the baseline will keep moving through the night, like the room has left a grounding I can carry when I go. Something low and almost hidden at the busier hours won't know. And I'll trust the softer current living somewhere deep inside, when the louder parts of life collide. Maybe peace is not a silence. Maybe peace is what remains when the low and patient rhythm teaches weight to feel contained. There's a quiet kind of grounding in the low and steady tone, when the bass and careful harmony make the hurried feeling slow. Even when the night grows colder and the faster thoughts return, there is comfort in the memory of the room and what it learned. I do not need to keep it, I just need to let it stay, like a low unspoken current through the gray. Came in with the morning still asleep behind my eyes, carrying a week of noise I never learned to set aside. Steam was rising from the cup before I even took a breath, like the room already knew I needed quiet more than rest. Light was leaning on the floor in pale and careful shades, and for once I let the stillness stay instead of turn away. No one here was asking much, just chairs and cups and low routine. A barista humming softly through the gentle coffee steam. I could feel the tension leaving one small inch at a time, like my heartbeat was remembering a slower kind of line. Even thoughts that used to rush were softer when they came. Nothing trying to be urgent, nothing trying to be named. I don't need
chase the day. There's a quiet kind of healing in the middle of this room. Not dramatic, not in pieces, just a steady kind of bloom. Like the air is telling me that I can loosen for a while, that I don't have to carry every worry through each mile. There's a softness in the morning, settling gently on my skin, and I finally feel the space where I can let the calm come in. Someone opened up the blinds and let a little sunlight move across the wooden empty cups in quiet golden grooves. And I watched it touch my notebook like a hand across a page, not to ask for new direction, only let me lower weight. I spent so long in motion that I forgot how rest could sound. Now the room was giving back the peace I thought I'd never found. Even little things felt new, the spoon against the ceramic side, the low machine behind the bar, the street beyond the glass outside. Not because they changed at all, but I had changed enough to hear how the world can stay so gentle when the mind grows less severe. And for once I didn't hurry what was slowly coming clear. I just let the moment open and allowed myself to hear. There's a quiet kind of healing in the middle of this room. Not dramatic, not in pieces, just a steady kind of bloom. Like the air is telling me that I can loosen for a while, that I don't have to carry every worry through each mile. There's a softness in the morning, settling gently on my skin, and I finally feel the space where I can let the calm come in. By the time the hour widened into brighter shades of noon, I was sitting with the quiet I had once assumed I'd lose. Not because the world got easier or every weight was gone, but because I stopped demanding I be stronger all along. And the room became a witness to a gentler kind of start, one where peace returned in silence and sat down beside my heart. I don't think I'll name the feeling, I don't need to make it stay. I just know the way the light fell and how the worry thinned away, how the coffee cooled beside me while the minutes slowed their pace, how the calm became a language written softly in the place. And if tomorrow asks for more, I'll still remember how it felt to be still enough for healing to arrive without being held. Maybe peace was never distant. Maybe I was moving fast. Maybe all I really needed was a room that let me laugh. past. There's a quiet kind of healing in the middle of this room. Not dramatic, not in pieces, just a steady kind of bloom. Like the air is telling me that I can loosen for a while, that I don't have to carry every worry through each mile. Even if the week comes back and all the noise returns again, I will know the shape of stillness and the way it's settled in. There's a softness in the morning I can carry when I go, like a calm I didn't build but somehow learned enough to know.
I had walked too long with folded maps and weather on my coat, reading signs I couldn't follow, hearing words I couldn't hold. Then I found a little doorway with warm light against the rain, and I stepped inside the cafe like a hand inside a glove. There were voices I could not place, but the room still made me stay. Like kindness doesn't need translation when the air is soft that way. I sat down near the window with the street still in my chest, trying to set down all the distance and the miles inside my neck. The electric piano opened like a lantern in the room, and the guitar came in behind it like a line of softened blue. Not enough to make me homesick, not enough to pull me far, only enough to make the strangeness feel less sharp around the heart. I can let the road grow quieter, I can let the distance breathe. There's a quiet kind of comfort in a room you've never known, when the world is still unfamiliar but the warmth begins to show. Like the table and the music and the steam around your hands build a bridge across the distance that the body understands. There's a softness in the strangeness when the room becomes enough, and the miles you carried in start to feel a little less. Outside, umbrellas cross the window in a silver moving line, and the city stayed a mystery, but not a hostile kind. I wrote one note into my journal just to mark the little room. Somewhere strange can still feel gentle in the middle of the noon, and the low warm bass beneath the chords kept giving weight and grace to the hour that had found me tired and made a softer place. Travel often looks like freedom till you reach the thinner side, where the body wants a corner and the mind wants not to decide, and the music
music seemed to know it by the way it kept its pace, leaving room enough for breathing, never crowding up the space. So I let the afternoon arrive without a plan to solve. Just a cup of room, a slower song, and miles beginning to dissolve. There's a quiet kind of comfort in a room you've never known, when the world is still unfamiliar, but the warmth begins to show, like the table and the music and the steam around your hands. Build a bridge across the distance that the body understands. There's a softness in the strangeness when the room becomes enough, and the miles you carried in start to feel a little less. Had turned more clear, I could feel the city changing from a blur to something near. Not because I knew its streets now, not because I learned its name, but because one room had held me when the day felt too untamed. And sometimes that is all it takes for distance to grow kind. One slow song and one warm table, and enough unguarded time. When I finally stood to leave, I thanked them in the words I knew. Small and awkward, but enough for what the room had carried through. Then I stepped back to the street that still was not entirely mine, yet the weather felt less distant and the evening more aligned. Like I'd found a pocket in the city's turning chest, where a stranger could be quiet and for a while fully rest. Maybe home is not a country, maybe it can be a chair and a room that says without speaking, you can set your tiredness here. There's a quiet kind of comfort in a room you've never known, when the world is still unfamiliar, but the warmth begins to show. Even after I am walking through the streets I cannot name, there's a softness in the memory of the little place in rain. And I don't need to keep it, I just need to know it's true, that somewhere strange can still feel gentle when the music carries you. I came in with tired shoulders and a week still in my chest. Set my bag beside the window, let the room decide the rest. Morning light was thin and silver on the table on my hands, like the day was asking nothing, only letting me land. Steam was rising from the coffee in a slow, forgiving line. And the quiet under piano made the crowded thoughts unwind. No one here was asking questions, no one pulling at my name. Just a soft and low beginning where the air could stay the same. I can let the stillness hold me. I can let the morning breathe. There's a quiet kind of healing in the middle of this room. Not dramatic, not in pieces, just a steady kind of bloom. Like the air is telling me I do not have to hurry through, that the heart can loosen slowly when the light is kind and true. Someone turned a page behind me, someone left and let it fade. Little human sounds around me felt like warmth instead of weight. And for once I didn't fight them, didn't brace against the day. I just let the room be gentle, let the noise grow far away. Every minute widened softly, every chord gave out more space. Like the morning knew the shape of all the strain inside my frame. Not to fix it, not to name it, only let it settle down. Till the rush I wore all week long slowly loosened from my shoulders. There's a quiet kind of healing in the middle of this room. Not dramatic, not in pieces, just a steady kind of bloom. Like the air is telling me I do not have to hurry through, that the heart can loosen slowly when the light is kind and true. By the time the cup was cooling, I could feel a softer pace. Like the room had made a pocket where I didn't have to race. And the sunlight on the wood grain felt like proof enough to keep, that a day can start with quiet and still carry something deep. I will even take the morning with me folded in my chest, not as something I can hold to, just a slower kind of breath. If tomorrow starts too loudly, I will know where calm begins, in the hush before the city and the room that let me in. Maybe peace is not a breakthrough. Maybe peace is just a chair, and the hour that finally lets you set your tiredness somewhere. There's a quiet kind of healing in the middle of this room. Not dramatic, not in pieces, just a steady kind of bloom. Even when the week grows louder, even when the pace returns, there's a softness in the morning and the way the stillness learns. By the time the room grew quieter, only 3 tables were lit. One by the wall, one by the window, one where I was sitting in. Outside, headlights crossed in silence through the blue and silver glass. Inside, every little sound felt large enough to gently last. The barista stacked the saucers with the patience of the late, while the guitar beneath the keyboard moved as softly as the dark. Not the kind of night that swallowed, just the kind that widened thought, till the day began to loosen from the grip in which it's held. I can let the blue hour open, I can let the day grow small. There's a quiet kind of beauty in the cafe near the close, not in anything dramatic, just in how the low light glows. Like the room is breathing slower now that most of day has gone, and the music has more space to say the things daylight won't. I thought about the little things that had been sharper at noon, how they look less absolute now underneath the quiet blue. Not because they had been solved yet, not because the weight was gone, but because the room had given me a slower place to hold them from. Every second felt more spacious in the thinning of the room, and the guitar, when it leaned upward, left a narrow line of light across the dim and wooden tables in the center of the night. Not enough to make it brighter, only enough to let me see. There's a quiet kind of beauty in the cafe near the close, not in anything dramatic, just in how the low light glows. Like the room is breathing slower now that most of day has gone, and the music has more space to say the things daylight won't. Soon I'd step back out to streets that still were moving past the glass, but for now the closing quiet let the louder pieces pass. There are hours that do not heal you, only let the healing start by giving shape and softer edges to the noise inside the heart. When the final chair was lifted and the sign turned close to done, I could feel the night had given me more room than I had brought. Not an answer, not a lesson, just a softer kind of frame for the day to settle into, without judgment, without flame. Maybe night is not an ending, maybe it is room to hear what the day kept talking over, till the quiet brought it near. There's a quiet kind of beauty in the cafe near the close. Even after I step out into the colder city air, there's a softness in that blue hour that I'll carry with me there, like a warm and hidden lantern glowing softly through the lake.
Turn the final page and let my fingers rest a while on the paper that had held me for so many quiet nights. Outside, evening crossed the window in a softened amber blue. Inside, the room kept breathing like it always somehow knew. There's a feeling after endings that are gentle and complete, like the mind keeps hearing echoes after words release their heat. I laid the book down slowly next to where the coffee cooled, not quite ready to step out of all the rooms it carried through. And the electric piano under brushes and low bass made the silence after reading feel like part of the same place. Not empty, not demanding, just a little wide and warm, like the last line of a story still alive after it's gone. I can let the ending linger, I can let the stillness read. There's a quiet kind of beauty in the page after the last, when the story leaves its weather in the spaces where you rest, like the room is given shelter to the thoughts still settling down, and the music holds the feeling till it softens all around. There's a tenderness in endings when you do not rush to leave, and the world returns more slowly than it did before you read. I thought about the early chapters and the person who began, how I met the book in winter with a different state of mind. Now the final page was folded into everything between, and the room around the ending felt both ordinary and deep, like all stories leave a shadow, not to darken but to stay, till your own life catches up and finds its meaning in the shade. Someone near me stirred their drink and the small sound rang and fell like a punctuation mark. The low electric keys knew well, and the guitar when it arrived was quiet, patient, almost kind, like it understood the feeling of a final line held lightly, not to keep the story going, not to end it with a sweep, only let the afterglow remain a little while with me. There's a quiet kind of beauty in the page page after the last. When the story leaves its weather in the spaces where you rest, like the room has given shelter to the thoughts still settling down, and the music holds the feeling till it softens all around. There's a tenderness in endings when you do not rush to leave, and the world returns more slowly than it did before you read. I didn't want another chapter, didn't want to force a note, just to sit beside completion and the quiet in my throat. There are endings that feel heavy, but this one felt low and clear, like a lamp turned down a closing, like a voice still drawing near. And the room became a harbor for the last line and its weight, till the evening took it gently and the feeling could translate. Soon I'd stand and take the story out into the cooler street, but the slow and careful cadence would keep living in my feet, like the piano and the brushes had rewritten how I hear. What remains when something finishes and still feels fully here? And I'd know that some good endings do not vanish when they're done. They continue as a softness in the light you carry from them. Maybe books do not just end, maybe they keep speaking low, in the way the world looks different when you close them and still know. There's a quiet kind of beauty in the page after the last, when the story leaves its weather in the spaces where you rest. Even after I've closed it and stepped back into the street, there's a softness in the ending moving gently under me, and I don't need to keep reading for the feeling to stay true, like a warm and patient afterglow. The final page still new. Wasn't some dramatic number, just a transfer on a screen, but it felt like all the hours had arrived and turned to something real for me. So I found a little cafe after work before the train, ordered something slightly nicer than I usually would have claimed. Not to prove a thing to anyone, not to make the moment loud, just to sit beside the smallness of a thing I'd earned and feel it now. The room was warm, the keys were shining lightly over felt below, and the bass beneath them moved with a soft and steady was this quiet hour where the work had taken shape, not as triumph, just as proof that I had held through what it gave. I can let the moment matter, I can let the pride stay small. There's a quiet kind of joy in things that don't need to be grand, in a cup held with both hands and a chair and one good song. Like the room is saying softly that the little wins still count, that a life is built in hours that no one else may sing about. There's a softness in the glow and in the low unhurried tone, and I let myself feel glad without needing it to show. I remembered every moment I had almost given up, every bus ride home half empty, every cold and rushed lunch. How I told myself to keep going though the weeks felt thin and long, and the room now seemed to answer with a low and patient song. Not to magnify the milestone, only let it be enough, a small and shining confirmation in the middle of the month. Someone near me raised a glass for something I could not make out, and I smiled without a reason, felt the warmth move through the doubt. The guitar, when it arrived, was subtle, warm and slightly bright, like a second quiet witness to the softness of the night. And the keyboard line above it kept on glimmering through the air, like the kind of joy that lingers more because it's handled with care. There's a quiet kind of joy in things that don't need to be grand, in a cup held with both hands and a chair and one good song. Like the room is saying softly that the little wins still count, that a life is built in hours that no one else may sing about. There's a softness in the glow and in the low unhurried tone, and I let myself feel glad without needing it to show. By the time the drink was cooling, I had stopped rehearsing next, stopped turning every progress into pressure for the steps, and instead I sat inside the simple truth I'd almost missed, that survival has a music, and tonight I got to hear it. Not because the climb was over, not because the road was clear, but because one quiet evening let the small win feel sincere. I'll still wake to bills and emails, still be building what I can, but I'll remember how the room held this one ordinary chance to be proud without performing, to be thankful without show, to let the low bright keys and brushes turn the hours into gold. And I'll carry that small brightness when the longer weeks return, like a gentle proof of progress in the wages voices of being heard. Maybe joy is not a spotlight. Maybe it is low and true, like a table in a corner and the work that made it through. There's a quiet kind of joy in things that don't need to be grand, in a cup held with both hands and a chair and one good song. Even after I have left and taken evening to the train, there's a softness in the knowing that the work was not in vain. And I don't need to frame it, I just need to know it stayed, like a warm and careful shimmer moving with me through the lake.
I don't need the menu here, they know my order by my eyes. Before I speak, the room has already made me feel recognized. Same warm lamp above the corner, same scratch across the floor, same old table by the window where I've sat 100 times before. There's a comfort in a place that does not ask you to explain why you came in tired again, or why the weather got inside. The bass line under felt piano moves as warm as daily bread, like the room remembers gently how to hold a restless head. I can let the room receive me, I can let the week come down. There's a quiet kind of comfort in a place that knows your pace, not by fixing what you carry, just by giving it some space. Like the chair and cup and window, keep a rhythm you can trust when the rest of life feels shifting and the day becomes too much. And the day becomes too much. The woman at the counter smiled and asked me how I'd been, not the way a stranger does, but like a room you can lean in. Only if I wanted to answer, only if I felt like it. And I like that kind of kindness that does not insist. Outside buses crossed and ribbons, voices rose and disappeared. Inside every low one chord made the loudness less severe, and the bass beneath the guitar sounded patient, steady, near. Like the ordinary can become the thing you need to hear. There's a quiet kind of comfort in a place that knows your pace, not by fixing what you carry, just by giving it some space. Like the chair and cup and window, keep a rhythm you can trust when the rest of life feels shifting and the day becomes too much. And the day becomes too much. day can come in pieces, and I don't have to explain why I need the same warm corner and the same low jazz again. When I leave, the bell will ring again, and evening will move on. But I'll carry something steady from the chair and cup and song. Like the room had lent me patience, like the bass had slowed my chest, like the ordinary taught me that familiar can be rest. Maybe peace is not a breakthrough. Maybe it is just a return to the room that knows you're breathing and the pace your body learns. There's a quiet kind of comfort in a place that knows your pace, even when the week is heavy, even when the weather stays. There's a softness in the familiar I can carry when I go, like a slow and faithful lantern in the middle of the road. I had brought the sketchbook with me more to hold than really use, but the room was soft enough to make the empty page feel loose. Brushes moved beneath the piano like a slow, impatient pulse, and I drew the cup before me and the lamp above the shelf. I wasn't trying to make a picture worth remembering for long, just to let my hand keep moving till the noise inside was gone, and the cafe let me do it with its low and careful sound. People talking from a distance, spoons and footsteps all around. I can let the pencil listen, I can let the outline breathe. There's a quiet kind of comfort in the hand that keeps on moving when the mind is full of weather and the words don't know what's true yet. Like the lines can hold the feeling till the heart can see its shape, and the room keeps time around you while the pressure thins away. Soon I wasn't drawing objects, just the way the light would lean, how it gathered in the corners and how warm the wood could seem. And by tracing what I saw, I felt the inside of me slow, like my hand had found a language that my mouth could not yet know. Every second felt more open with the low and careful groove, and the jazz chords under quiet seemed to help the feeling move, not by There's a quiet kind of comfort in the hand that keeps on moving when the mind is full of weather and the words don't know what's true yet. Like the lines can hold the feeling till the heart can see its shape, and the room keeps time around you while the pressure thins away. When I looked up from the paper, I could feel the room again. Not a somewhere I was hiding, just somewhere I had been held. And the sketch was not a masterpiece, just cups and light and line. But somehow it held the weather that had been inside my mind. So I closed the book without a judgment, slit the pencil in the seam, and sat back to hear the music moving low and warm and clean. There are days that do not need fixing, only somewhere they can land, and a room that lets your breathing match the movement of your hand. Maybe art is not an answer. Maybe it is just a way to let feeling have a surface till the storm gives out its weight. There's a quiet kind of comfort in the hand that keeps on moving, even if the lines are simple, even if they fade with time. There's a softness in the making that can settle what's inside, and a page and room and rhythm let the crowded heart grow still.
Morning gathers softly on the table by the glass, leaving pale and quiet colors where the darker hours pass. I came in with too much thinking, folded tight inside my chest, but the room was built for breathing, and the low chords answered yes. Every little sound around me moved with patient, measured grace, like the air itself was making more room for me in this place. Steam was rising from the coffee in a slow, forgiving line, and the brush beneath the rhythm kept the pressure out of time. Nothing here was asking loudly what I'd do or what I'd be, only giving all my restless thoughts a softer place to breathe. And the guitar, when it entered, left a narrow thread of gold, like a hand that does not push you, only meets you when you slow. I can let the morning open, I can let the stillness stay. There's a quiet kind of balance in the first light of the day, when the low jazz harmony lets the sharper thoughts give way, like the room is drawing circles where the restless mind can land, and the calm language I no longer need to plan. There is softness in the pacing of the light across the room, and I feel the day begin without the weight of having to prove. Someone folds a newspaper softly, and the sound becomes a thread in the woven little texture of the room around my head. And I do not need to name it, only let it settle there as another part of morning in the low and amber air. Even my own breathing softens to the shape of what I hear, like the room is writing patience somewhere under everything here. Every minute feels more open than it did before I came, like the edges of the weekday do not need a sharper name. I am no longer chasing every thought before it disappears. I am letting them come closer, settle lighter, gather here. And the bass beneath the voicing gives the stillness subtle ground, like the room has found a heartbeat in the low surrounding sound. There's a quiet kind of balance in the first light of the day, when the low jazz harmony lets the sharper thoughts give way, like the room is drawing circles where the restless mind can land, and the calm becomes a language I no longer need to plan. There is softness in the pacing of the light across the room, and I feel the day begin without the weight of having to prove. By the time the window brightens into warmer shades of gold, I can feel the tension thinning into something I can hold. Not because the world grows simple, not because the work is done, but because one quiet hour has let the hurried feeling run, and the music keeps on breathing through the little things I see, like the day is not a contest, just a place I get to be. Soon the street will take me outward to its louder moving lines, but the hush beneath the piano will keep living in my stride, like a softer inner tempo I can carry when I go. Something warm and barely spoken that the room has let me know, and I'll trust the day a little more to open as it will, because the morning taught my breathing how to widen and grow still. Maybe peace is not a finish, maybe peace is how you start, when a room can hold the daylight till it settles in your heart. There's a quiet kind of balance in the first light of the day, when the low jazz harmony lets the sharper thoughts give way. Even when the city gathers and the hours begin to press, there There's softness in the memory of this patient kind of rest, and I do not need to keep it, I just need to let it stay, like a low and steady lantern moving gently through the day.
Walked too many streets with folded maps inside my coat, reading signs I couldn't follow, hearing words I couldn't hold. Then I found a little doorway with warm light against the rain, and I stepped inside the cafe like a hand inside a glove. There were voices I could not place, but the room still made me stay. Like kindness doesn't need translation when the air is soft that way, and the nylon guitar below, the warm muted piano line made the foreign walls around me feel less far from something kind. I can let the road grow quieter, I can let the distance breathe. There's a quiet kind of comfort in a room you've never known, when the world is still unfamiliar, but the warmth begins to show. Like the table and the music and the steam around your hands build a bridge across the distance that the body understands. Outside, umbrellas cross the window in a silver moving line, and the city stayed a mystery, but not a hostile kind. I wrote one note into my journal just to mark the little room. Somewhere strange can still feel gentle in the middle of the noon. Travel often looks like freedom till you reach the thinner side, where the body wants a corner and the mind wants not decide. But the music here kept widening with a patient low restraint, leaving room enough for breathing, never crowding up the space. There's a quiet kind of comfort in a room you've never known, when the world is still unfamiliar, but the warmth begins to show. Like the table and the music and the steam around your hands build a bridge across the distance that the body understands. By the time the rain grew lighter, I could feel the city near, not because I knew its language, but because I'd rested here. And sometimes that is all it takes for distance to grow kind. One warm cup and one slow song, and enough unguarded time. When I finally stood to leave, I thanked them in the words I knew, small and to the street that still was not entirely mine. Yet the weather felt less distant and the evening more aligned. Maybe home is not a country. Maybe it can be a chair and a room that says without speaking, you can set your tiredness here. There's a quiet kind of comfort in a room you've never known, even after I am walking through the streets I cannot name. There's a softness in the memory of the little place in rain, that somewhere strange can still feel gentle when the music carries you. Staring at the same page nearly half an hour straight, watching every possible direction close before it took a shape. Then the piano met the guitar in a line so low and slow that the noise inside my thinking had no choice but let me go. Brushes under bass were barely there, but somehow held the room, and the empty page felt lighter in the space they gave to move. Not a breakthrough, not a rescue, just a gentler kind of start, where the work could stop performing and return to something soft. I can let the focus deepen, I can let the pressure thin. There's a quiet kind of magic in the moment things align, when the page stops being heavy and the scattered thoughts turn kind, like the room is holding open just enough for you to hear what was waiting underneath the noise you carried, getting here. Soon one line became another, then a shape, then something whole. Not because I forced the answers, but because I let them breathe. Outside people crossed the window in a blur of coats and light. Inside every chord kept widening, like the room was made for time. And the jazz color in the voicings, all the sevenths leaning warm, made the work feel less like effort, more like weather finding foam. Sometimes all the thought requires is a slower kind of air, and a melody that lingers long enough to meet it there. There's a quiet kind of magic in the moment things align, when the page stops being heavy and the scattered thoughts turn kind, like the room is holding open just enough for you time the light had lowered, I had pages full of breath, where the morning only offered me a wall of unfinished steps, and the room with all its softness had become a kind of guide, where the mind could set its armor down and still move from inside. I know tomorrow may be different, I know focus comes and goes, but I'll remember how the music shaped the room around the notes, how the slow and patient phrases gave the pressure less command, how the work became less fearful when it wasn't forced by hand. Maybe flow is not a lightning, maybe it is open space, where the mind can hear itself again at a slower, kinder pace. There's a quiet kind of magic in the moment things align, even when the day is crowded, even when the mind feels loud. There's a softness in the rhythm that can lead you safely out, and I don't need to force it, I just need to stay and hear how the work becomes a current when the quiet draws it near.
Low notes move beneath the evening like the tide beneath a pier, and the sunlight through the window turned the dust to amber air. I had come to end the day before it followed me back home, needed one last room of quiet where the noise could not take hold. There's a kind of tired you carry, not in body but in thought, when the hours asked for so much and you're still unsure of what. So I sat beside the glass and let the sunset do its work, watched the orange on the buildings soften into evening blue, and the bass line under piano sounded warm enough to stay, like the room was gently telling me I'd done enough today. Not in triumph, not in failure, just in breathing where I was, with the chair beneath me steady and the low unhurried pulse. I can let the day grow softer, I can let the edges dim. There's a quiet kind of mercy in the hour before the dark, when the room and fading sunlight meet the tide inside your heart, like the low notes hold the weight you couldn't carry through alone, and the piano leaves a softness where the pressure used to go. There's a tenderness in evening when the day has spent its fire, and you finally stop pretending you still have to climb it higher. I remembered all the moments I had judged too hard at noon, all the unfinished little tasks I thought should have been through. But the sunset did not care for neat conclusions or for score. It just leaned across the tabletops and warmed the wooden floor. And the music followed with it, patient, spacious, gently wide, till the shame I'd worn all afternoon grew lighter by its side. Every second felt more merciful, the dimmer that it grew, like the room could hold the parts of me I did not want to prove. And the guitar, when it arrived, did not interrupt the bass. It just laid a few soft phrases like a hand beside the ache, not to tell me I was fine yet, only say I could sit still till the evening made a gentler kind of room around my will. There's a quiet kind of mercy in the hour before the dark, when the room and fading sunlight meet the tide inside your heart. Like the low notes hold the weight you couldn't carry through alone, and the piano leaves a softness where the pressure used to go. There's a tenderness in evening when the day has spent its fire, and you finally stop pretending you still have to climb it higher. By the time the light had thinned into a deeper shade of blue, I could feel the day releasing its hard outline from my view. Not because it had been simple, not because I'd solved a thing, but because I'd let the sunset and the song absorb the sting. And the room had turned the ending of the day into a place where I didn't have to earn some larger, better sort of grace. Soon I'd stand and take the evening with me out into the street, but the low warm bass inside me would keep evening in my feet. Like the pace of how I'd walk home could be altered by the room, made a little less defensive by the early coming moon. And I'd know tomorrow's hours may again ask more than seems fair, but I'd also know the sunset leaves a quiet somewhere here. Maybe rest is not surrender. Maybe kindness is a skill. And the hour before the darkness teaches how to soften still. There's a quiet kind of mercy in the hour before the dark, when the room and fading sunlight meet the tide inside your heart. Even after I have stepped back into cooler evening air, a softness in the low notes and the gold that waited there. And I don't need to fix the day to let the evening hold its end. I just need the room and music to remind me I can bend. I arrived before the morning fully opened up its light, still carrying quiet fragments of unfinished thoughts from night. Sat beside the window where the day begins in silver air. Watch the steam rise slowly upward like a thought becoming clear. Every sound around me softened into something calm and low, like the rhythm of the early hour, moving slow enough to know. Pages waited on the table with the outline of a plan, but the music underneath me seemed to guide a gentler hand, not demanding sudden answers, not insisting I decide, only offering a tempo I could slowly move inside. And the brush against the snare kept the quiet moving near, like the day was learning patience as the moment settled here. I can let the timing open, I can let the pressure fade. There's a quiet kind of clarity in mornings moving slow, when the light across the surface gives the mind a softer glow, like the room is gently telling me the day can start with ease, that the answers do not hurry, they arrive like melodies. There's a softness in the pacing of the hour I begin, and I feel the calm expanding from the quiet deep within. I wrote only one small sentence, but it felt enough to start, like a doorway opening quietly inside a crowded heart. Through the glass the city moved, but never pulled me from the chair. There was time enough to notice every color in the air, and the gentle walking bass gave the silence something warm, like the day could take its shape without demanding I perform. Even little expectations felt less heavy than before, as the melody kept drifting like a tide across the shore. Every chord beneath the piano changed so gradually in hue, that the moment seemed suspended in a calm and steady blue. I was no longer resisting every minute as it came, just allowing thought and feeling to exist without a name. There's a quiet kind of clarity in mornings moving slow, when the light across the surface gives the mind a softer glow, like the room is gently telling me the day can start with ease, that the answers do not hurry, asking me too soon. And I noticed how the music seemed to listen as I wrote. Every chord a gentle answer, every phrase a steady note. Maybe days don't need to hurry into shape before they start. Maybe they can first arrive as something quiet in the heart. So I close the empty spaces with a slower kind of trust, knowing not every direction must appear to feel enough. And the calm that filled the morning stayed like warmth upon the air, like the room had given something I could quietly take with me there. Even when the street grows louder and the hours gather speed, I can hear the early rhythm underneath what I will need. Maybe peace is not in finishing. Maybe it is in the start, where the quiet builds a pathway through the center of the heart. There's a quiet kind of clarity in mornings moving slow, when the light across the surface gives the mind a softer glow. Even when the day grows louder, even when the pace returns, there's a softness in the rhythm that the early hour confirms. And I don't need to hold it tightly, I just need to let it stay, like a calm that gently follows through the movement of the day. I've walked too long with folded maps and weather in my coat, reading signs I cannot follow, hearing words I cannot hold. Then I find a little doorway with warm light against the rain, and I step inside the cafe like a hand inside a glove. There are voices I cannot place, but the room still makes me stay. Like kindness doesn't need translation when the air is soft that way. I sit near the window with the street still in my chest, trying to set down all the distance and the miles inside my neck. And the electric piano opens like a lantern in the room, and the guitar comes in behind it like a line of softened blue. Not enough to make me homesick, not enough to pull me far, only enough to make the strangeness feel less sharp around the heart. I can let the road grow quieter, I can let the distance breathe. There's a quiet kind of comfort in a room I've never known, when the warmth and low jazz colors take the foreign edge away. Like the table and the steam and song build a bridge without a name, and the body understands it long before the mind can say. There is softness in the strangeness when the room becomes silver moving line, and the city stays a mystery, but not an unfriendly kind. I write one note into my journal just to mark the little room. Somewhere far can still feel gentle in the middle of the noon, and the low warm bass beneath the chords keeps giving weight and grace to the hour that has found me tired and made a softer place. Travel always looks like freedom till you reach the thinner side, where the body wants a corner and the mind wants not decide. But the music seems to know it by the way it keeps its pace, leaving room enough for breathing, never crowding up the space. So I let the afternoon arrive without a map to solve, just a cup, a room, a slower song, and miles beginning to dissolve. There's a quiet kind of comfort in a room I've never known, when the warmth and low jazz colors take the foreign edge away. Like the table and the steam and song build a bridge without a name, and the body understands it long before the mind can say. There is softness in the strangeness when the room becomes enough, and the miles I carried in words start to feel a little less. By the time the rain grows lighter, I can feel the city near, not because I know its language, but because I have rested here. And sometimes that is all it takes for distance to grow kind. One warm room and one slow song, and enough unguarded time, where the unfamiliar streets begin to soften at the seam, and the day becomes less jagged than it first had seemed. When I finally stand to leave, I thank them in the words I know, small and awkward, but enough for what the room has carried through. Then I step back to the street that still is not entirely mine, yet the weather feels less distant and the evening more aligned. Like I found a little pocket in the turning of the day, where a stranger can grow quieter and let the road give way. Maybe home is not a country, maybe it can be a chair in a room that says without speaking, you can set your tiredness here. There's a quiet kind of comfort in a room I've never known, when the warmth and low jazz colors take the foreign edge away. Even after I am walking through the streets I cannot name, there is softness in the memory of the little place in rain. I do not need to keep it, I just need to know it's true, that somewhere strange can still feel gentle when the music carries through. is resting softly on the table where I stay. Steam is rising from the coffee as the dark gives way to day. There's a quiet in the room that does not ask me to explain how the week still lives inside me like a low and distant rain. Every little sound around me settles into something slow, and the hush beneath the piano moves in ways I need to know. I brought a list of plans and all the pressure in my chest, but the room was made of patience and the song knew how to rest. Nothing here was asking loudly for an answer or a sign, only giving all my thinking more air, more room, more time. And the soft brush under chords kept the moment open wide, like the day could start more gently if I let it start inside. I can let the morning open, I can let the pressure fade. There's a quiet kind of clarity in mornings moving slow, when the light across the surface gives the mind a softer glow, like the room is gently telling me the day can start with ease, that the answers do not hurry, they arrive like melodies. There is softness in the pacing of the hour I begin, and I feel the calm expanding from the quiet deep within. Someone turned a page behind me, and the paper made a sigh, like a small and human rhythm drifting lightly through the light. And I did not need to name it, only let the sound remain as another piece of morning in the low and amber frame. Even my own breathing softened to the shape of what I heard, like the room was writing patience underneath the moving chords. Every minute widened softly, every thought grew less severe, like the edges of the weekday didn't need to follow here. I was no longer chasing every thought before it disappeared. I was letting them come closer, settle lighter, gather near, and the low warm bass below me made the stillness feel complete, like the day had found a heartbeat in the quiet of the sea. There's a quiet kind of clarity in mornings moving slow, when the light across the surface gives the mind a softer glow, like the room is gently telling me the day can start with ease, that the answers do not hurry, they arrive like melodies. There is softness in the pacing of the hour I begin, and I feel the calm expanding from the quiet deep within. By the time the window brightened into warmer shades of gold, I could feel the tension thinning into something I could hold. Not because the world grew simple, not because the work was done, But because one quiet room had let me set down what I'd become, and the song kept breathing softly through the low and amber air, like a hand that does not force you, only meets you where you are. Soon I'll step into the street and let the louder hours start, but the rhythm of this stillness will keep living in my heart, like the chair and cup and piano left a slower pulse in me, something I can carry outward when the day grows less easy. And I'll know that peace can enter without asking to be named, as a room, a light, a melody, and space enough to change. Maybe rest is not a weakness, maybe quiet is a way to remember how to listen before the world begins to pull. There's a quiet kind of clarity in mornings moving slow, when the light across the surface gives the mind a softer glow. Even when the day grows louder, even when the pace returns, there's a softness in the morning and the way the stillness learns. And I don't need to keep it tightly, I just need to let it stay, like a calm that gently follows through the movement of the day. Two small tables left, with anyone still there, and the barista wipes the counter in the hum of closing air. The guitar begins so softly, it feels more like moving light than a melody at first, just a line that opens night. I'm sitting with the blue hour folded low around my chair, letting all the final minutes gather quietly in the air. The electric piano joins it like a dim reflected glow, and the bass beneath the voicing moves with warmth and undertow. Nothing here is asking loudly what I should take home tonight, only showing me the comfort of a room becoming quiet. Even the small machine behind the bar sounds gentler than before, like the whole cafe is slowly breathing out through the door. I can let the night grow deeper, I can let the silence stay. There's beauty in the hour close to closing at the door, when the room in low jazz colors turn the edges soft and slow, like the chairs and fading voices and the hum behind the light make a shelter for the last few tender minutes of the night. There is comfort in the blue hour and the hush beneath the bar, and I feel the whole room breathing where we are. lines of sound, how it moved too fast to notice what was living underneath. But the room at nearly closing leaves enough of space to hear all the quiet kinds of feelings I had folded out of fear. And the guitar, when it leans upward, leaves a narrow line of gold through the darker shades of evening and the thoughts I couldn't hold. Every second feels more open as the room grows almost still, like the edges of the pressure have been softened by the dim. And the bass beneath the voicings gives the silence something warm, like a floor beneath the tiredness, like a place beneath the storm. Nothing has to be concluded, nothing has to be resolved, only held a little lighter in the low and patient chords. There is beauty in the hour close to closing at the door, when the room in low jazz colors turn the edges soft and slow, like the chairs and fading voices and the hum behind the light make a shelter for the last few tender minutes of the night. There is comfort in the blue hour and the hush beneath the bar, and I feel the whole room breathing where we are. Soon the chairs will all be lifted and the door will lock behind, but the softness of this hour will keep unfolding in my mind. Not because it changed the world, not because it made things clear, but because one quiet ending let me hear what had been here all along beneath the rushes and the bright unfinished strain. A lower kind of rhythm moving through it all the same. When I step into the street light and the colder outside sound, I will carry something hidden from the room that settles down, like the low guitar and piano left a lantern in my chest. Something warm and barely spoken I can lean on when it presses, and I'll know that even closing hours leave something true behind, a quieter way of holding night. Maybe endings are not empty, maybe endings make us hear all the softer hidden music that was always waiting here. There is beauty in the hour close to closing at the door, when the room in low jazz colors turn the edges soft and slow. Even after I have stepped out where the colder street lights shine, there is softness in the memory of the room I leave behind, and I do not need to keep it, I just need to know it stays, like a low and patient lantern through the lake.
rainy streets, with the map still in my hand, reading signs I couldn't follow, hearing words I didn't catch. Then I found a little doorway with warm light against the rain, and I stepped inside the cafe like a hand inside a glove. There were voices I could not know, but the room still made me stay. Like kindness doesn't need a language when the air is soft that way. I sat down by the window with my coat across the chair, trying to shake the tired miles and the weather from my hair. Someone set a cup before me with a smile and a little nod, and the guitar in the speaker turned the foreign room to calm. Not because it felt like home, but because it let me rest in a place that held me gently without asking for the rest. I can let the road grow quiet, I can let the distance fade. There's a quiet kind of comfort in a room you've never known, when the world is still unfamiliar but the warmth begins to show. Like the table and the music and the steam around your hands build a bridge across the distance that your body understands. There's a softness in the strangeness when the room becomes enough, and the miles you carried in start to feel a little less. Outside people cross the window in umbrellas and gray light. Everything still looked like somewhere I could not yet read right, but the room gave me a rhythm I could follow all the same, and the clink of cups and saucers in the low and steady rain. And I opened up my notebook just to write the smallest line. Somewhere far can still feel gentle when the hour lets it shine. Travel always looks like postcards till you stand inside the ache of being tired and slightly lonely in a city wide and strange. But there's a grace in being human in a room that lets you pause, where you do not need to answer every question travel draws. And the guitar beneath the piano sounded soft and close and clear, like a voice that says you're safe enough to set your shoulders here. There's a quiet kind of comfort in a room you've never known, when the world is still unfamiliar but the warmth begins to show. Like the table and the music and the steam around your hands build a bridge across the distance that your body understands. There's a softness in the strangeness when the room becomes enough, and the miles you carried in start to feel a little less. By the time the rain grew lighter and the window turned more clear, I could feel the city changing from a blur into somewhere near. Not because I knew its language or corners of its rows, but because one room had held me when the day felt overfull. And sometimes that is all it takes for a place to start to glow. One warm cup and one soft song, and an affair to breathe slow. When I finally stood to leave, I thanked them in the words I knew. Clumsy, small, but still enough for what the room had carried through. And I stepped back into streets that still were not entirely mine, but the distance felt less sharp somehow, the weather more aligned, like I'd found a little pocket in the city's turning chest, where a stranger could be quiet and a while be fully held. Maybe home is not a country. Maybe it can be a chair and a room that says without speaking, you can set your tiredness here. There's a quiet kind of comfort in a room you've never known, when the world is still unfamiliar, but the warmth begins to show. Even after I am walking through the streets I cannot name, there's a softness in the memory of the little place in rain. And I don't need to keep it, I just need to know it's true, that somewhere strange can still feel gentle when the music carries you. Mm.